last week. Now, I admittedly did not go back and watch the session, but it was all pretty clear in my mind. As it often is when there's a map involved, because I just look back at the map and it brings a lot back. I only have 3 bullet points. They're kind of long. So please feel free to fill me in if there's anything important that I'm glazing over. It's worth us reminding ourselves of what happened. At least the key story beats. Yeah, hit that button, ring that bell, like and subscribe, peeps.
I already started. Go ahead.
Oh shit. Okay. So on last week's episode, the party pushed their advantage, entering the Red Brand's hideout beneath the ruins of Trezendar Manor. Entering the complex below Trezendar Manor via a secret route, the party and their newfound ally, Thaddeus, encounter a Nothic, scout a wizard's quarters, and free the captive Danica, Linene, and sleeping giant barmaid, Myrna. Finding the remainder of the Red Brands deep within the complex, what starts as a tense confrontation turns into an alliance after gruff Red Brand Lieutenant Jono is slain by his colleague Tal. Tal reveals the Red Brands have a cache of weapons and supplies, an indication they're in the process of expanding. The 5 enter the Trezendar crypt to scout the place where Madrick is said to reappear at dawn. There they encounter scholarly wizard Albrecht Volker. What starts as a peaceful encounter turns deadly as madness grips the scholarly wizard. The party is triumphant, barely, and settles down to rest for the evening in the crypt itself. And so this week we begin with the party settling down for the night near the entrance of the crypt. I'll remind you guys that Tal took the remainder of the Red Brands and left. However, he did show up at the door right at the end of the fight, seemingly observing you all in the heat of battle. The only other resident that you know of these crypts is the Nothic, up in the what is that? The north. I guess that would be the upper left corner. I think that's actually the southwest corner. I believe north is right on this map. In the crypt with you are scattered remnants of the skeletons that you fought, as well as the deceased wizard's corpse in 2 pieces, a splash of blood, and a altar, a simple stone altar with a large arcane circle traced on the ground in what appears to be Albrecht's own blood.
Oh boy.
And I will leave this up to the party. What do you guys want to do as you find evening and exhaustion from the fight gripping you?
Poker, you didn't mention what time essentially potentially Madrick could come back. And where are we, I guess, in the time of day?
At dawn.
Okay.
I don't recall if I said it in game, but yeah, mechanically it's at dawn.
So I guess not to speak for us, but I think we decided on not staying in the crypt.
A little too spooky.
Yes. I guess we need someone to keep an eye on, though.
Yeah, I think we can take turns taking a watch.
Yep.
Can Noro try to move that statue that's just outside?
Yeah,
Or is it
absolutely.
like
Nope. The everything here is interactive. I just can't actually change the map. You guys can. The world is yours to do with as you wish.
yes, so Nora, I'm wondering if you can sort of like move that statue up against the doors. That way we don't have to like sit right in front of it.
Got it. You want me to put it where it takes up space of both, I guess, squares there?
Yeah, I mean, we can move some of the rubble.
Just poop some gray all over there.
Yeah, that's what I did.
That works. It is done.
So, Noro, you spend some time, and there's no reason to make you roll for it. With your strength and given enough time, you can sufficiently build a barricade to block the doors well enough that somebody can't just walk out.
Right on. We didn't leave anything in there for him to use, right? I'm just kind of double checking.
I guess not unless he wants to raid the other crypts.
That's true. That's
true.
Somebody didn't want to lift the lids on those things, and so...
All right, I can't do that.
Could we, if the rest of us sent Noro out of the room, could the four of us, between us, pop the tops off any crypts?
Yes.
We might not want to disturb the dead, though.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. I don't know if we should even...
I don't know, and I'm going to look at you guys different because this will be the second time.
Well, just wait till you're asleep on your turn to sleep, and you'll never
Scribble,
know.
I imagine it's at this point that you've gone off and are looking through footlockers and poking around the other rooms and giving everything a twice over, like we talked about at the end of last session. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So what I've got is I have a list of things that you've likely found. Again, not really worrying about rolls if you take your time and are careful and poke through everything. Do you guys want me to... I suppose I should probably just list it out right now. So as evening sets in and Scribble comes back to the party from his foray searching, here's a list of what you found, and tell me if there's anything you don't want to take. Searching through the barracks, the two rooms that have beds and footlockers in them, you're actually surprised at how few things you find of value. There are some bits of clothing. There are, the occasional personal effect, but it's, usually something like a small comb or, a rusted dagger or something like that, an extra belt, an extra pair of shoes. It seems like the Red Brands who do bunk here likely don't leave any personal treasures here for anybody else to find. And in fact, you find none of the footlockers actually locked in the barracks here. Searching around the cistern, you eventually pull a waterproof satchel that was hidden beneath the surface of the water, suspended by a rope. Within it are 2 potions, some coin, and a clean set of traveler's clothes. One of them is a potion of healing, and the other is a potion of invisibility.
Nice.
And 50 gold worth of coin.
Ooh. Scribble's he's always finding the shinies.
So is there anything like different about the clothes?
You lay them out and look them over. They look to be clean, probably have never been worn. They look brand new. They would fit a human between 5.5 and 6 foot tall.
Do they look like a uniform or just random clothes?
No, they look like something that they look as plain as possible. Something someone might wear to just fit into a crowd and not be noticed.
Scribble wants a sailor's outfit.
Yeah, we need to take all that.
Okay. I'm going to list all of this out, but if you guys decide to split some of the stuff up between you, I can help add it to your character sheets as well. The satchel that I think Solmia grabbed it, but I don't recall. Albert had a satchel with the staff leaned up against the wall. Contains a stack of papers, a sheaf of papers. I don't remember.
A murder of papers.
A murder of papers. And parchment with all sorts of arcane designs on them and notes. As well as 2 scrolls, a spell scroll of Dispel Magic and a scroll of Magic Circle.
Dispel magic, and what was the other one?
Scroll of Magic Circle. I've never actually tried to add a scroll to inventory in D&D Beyond.
I'm just putting it in my notes here.
Yeah, I think it seems like you can add a spell scroll. They're listed by name and level, but not the spell itself, and I'm not certain. Like, I'm not going to bother trying to add it to see how it works. But anyway, if it's a spell from your class's spell list, you can actually read the scroll, even if it's of a higher level than you can cast, and you can attempt to cast it. So, for instance, Magic Circle is a 3rd level spell, and I believe it can be cast by Cleric, possibly Druid, and I think maybe Sorcerer, but I'm not 100% sure. I'd have to look it up. There is a dice roll involved if you try and cast it, and it's above a level that you can handle. Scribble, looking around the great room at the back, on the table, of course, in the back room, there's a cache of weapons. From what you guys saw at a distance, they all look like stock, standard, mundane weapons. At the table, however, is the pot that the 4 red brands who were sitting there were playing for, forgotten on the table. Now, it's up to you if you want to take this or not. It's 55 silver, 20 gold, and a golden earring with a tiny ruby set in it, worth 30 gold.
Do we know where the red brands who were sitting at that table, where they all went?
Yeah, so Tal said he would take the rest of them and go back to the Sleeping Giant, and that you could find them there.
So it's pretty safe to assume that this entire underground complex right now is empty of red brands.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, you guys are free to roam around, wander, and listen, and you hear nothing. You see nobody, and you hear nothing.
That pot on the table, I wonder if it won't like purchase us some goodwill if we don't gank it and we give it back to him.
That is entirely up to the party.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine to leave it. Lunalia has no interest in it.
I don't see why we would leave it. They left knowing that we were down here. We could return the earring. Like, that may be worth something to someone that they would recognize.
Yeah, that's a good compromise.
Because if they asked about it, because anyone could come down here and take it.
Yeah, that's true.
You would notice that Jonah's body has been removed, and there is a sort of poorly scrubbed blood stain on the floor where it lay.
Sucks to be him.
Oh, Scribble. All right. Is that everything, Poker?
That is it, yeah. I'll just dial up some background sound here. The evening is yours.
Where do we want to hunker down, guys? In the room we're in now, or
Oh, there's that fireplace up there.
you want to go in there?
Yeah, before we do sleepy time.
Right.
Did we hear what time it was? Was
After
I just
spending some time moving about the place, searching things. It would be approaching evening. It's if you're seeking to be here and be awake and ready when Madrick appears at dawn, it wouldn't be a big deal for you guys to call it a night early.
That wizard almost burnt my beard off.
That was unexpected.
Thank you for bringing me back, Lunelia. That was nuts.
I almost didn't have it in me to bring you back. That was... Please let's not do that again.
Whose fault was that? Can we blame Nora?
I feel like yes.
And I'm trying to figure out if I like arrows or fire. I'm confused.
I prefer arrows because I can always hide behind you. Scribble, it's a good thing you were up above on the ledge.
Yeah, thanks, Scribble. You probably saved my life.
He wouldn't have any feathers.
Would it smell like roast chicken?
That's what I want right now.
Or is it, is he more fatty like a duck?
Yeah, that's rude.
Are we being racist?
Bunch of fucking bullies.
Oh, we just want to know what you taste like.
I'm wondering now, has anybody ever eaten a kenku? Is that even possible? Said cannibalism.
Well,
I'm gonna put up my hands like nope, not me.
So we planning on staying here?
I think we should. I think we should maybe decide on some watches and keep an eye on that crypt. We've heard he comes back at dawn, but maybe dawn to him is different from dawn to us.
Friendly reminder from the DM, there is still the wizard's chambers with the magically locked door.
I thought we went back.
And we
go
now
back?
we now have a dispel magic scroll, guys. By the way.
Yes.
Oh,
So, I'm just wondering. We don't know if it's arcane locked. We know that it's magically sealed. Is it possible to get into that room by breaking down a wall from another room? I have had more than enough of large arcane occurrences tonight. I'd hate to trip a trap and get immolated.
Noro starts digging through his inventory like, what am I going to use?
Are we going to resort to Solm's crowbar just for everything? Hand over that crowbar.
I'm actually seeing if I have some other random thing that can help.
Let's see, Tinderbot, rope. I just start naming things. I'm like, this isn't going to work.
I hold up my manacles, winking at dudes.
I got a. Oh Jesus, what's going on there? I have a warhammer to hammer the wall.
I think we can worry about that room after we deal with Madrick coming back.
True.
I'm just concerned that there's maybe information in that wizard's journal pertaining to how Madrick comes back.
Oh, that's a good point.
Can it be prevented? Is it a curse? Is it...
We can ask him.
Yeah. Just wait for him to spawn.
This is true.
Yeah, I mean, if he comes back and he tries punching us, like how much damage is 3 punches per turn gonna do to us?
Well, to Scribble, it's going to do a lot.
That motherfucker.
And I'm not so hot right now.
So I figure we're probably looking pretty good if we sleep tonight, and worst case Hummer grapples him. I have these manacles, and we can try to talk to him.
Well, we know he won't have his weapons. The others told us that he comes back and hollers for somebody to bring him his gear.
Why do
We
you have
didn't-
manacles?
I honestly have no idea.
Did you loot them off of something?
I think it's part of my outcast starter equipment.
Are they fuzzy?
Let's just say they're fuzzy.
Did it come with a whip and some other?
Some pasties and some...
Yeah, I have a wooden stake as well, so maybe that's involved somehow.
Nice.
Sounds like you're into some weird shit.
It's for when Solmia goes LARPing.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, it must be my haunted one background. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we're fine to probably not worry about... Like, we can wait until the morning to get into that room.
Yeah, Noro doesn't have no energy to go through that.
When I hand Deebs over the ruby of the War Mage, was that still attached to the sword, or did we decide on that, Poker?
Yeah, it's attached. It can be removed easily.
Okay, I'm gonna hand that sword over to Deebs and ask him if he can use it.
That's the one that allowed me to cast spells while holding my hammer, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Ah, thank you, Scribble. This will work perfectly. Unless there's any objections.
Nope.
Noro looks at his hands. Doesn't fit.
You just hold it in your fist while you punch someone, or...
No,
Oh,
used to
I
me.
just displayed it there for you.
I got it. Poker, I'm gonna sit down and remove it and start setting it into my warhammer.
All right, so you take 10 minutes to press it against your warhammer, and eventually these tiny, elaborate settings of what looks like mithril or platinum spring out of the steel on your warhammer and grab the ruby and pull it into a setting that sort of just appears on its own, a dimple that shows up in the side of the warhammer. You feel like it's not enough, and you spend an additional hour just staring deeply into the gem, throughout which you begin to understand how it works. And at the end of the hour, you find yourself attuned to it.
I'm gonna
Nice.
be attuning to the staff of defense at the same time.
Yeah, so similarly, Scribble, you look over the staff very closely, trying to make something of the tiny runes that are engraved all over it. And eventually, after reading over those runes for the better part of an hour, you find that you understand how it works. And I've actually already added that to your character sheet and attuned it for you, I think.
Yep.
So after seeing Deebs and Scribble sort of fixating on their own little treasures there, I'm gonna take out my my druidic focus, and with the events since I've left my mountain home, I'm just kind of hold it in my palm and just kind of like stare at it and have like this look of just contemplation on my face.
What have you got there, Solmia?
Sort of, snapping out of it. look over at Lunalia and I say, this is my druidic focus. It's Sasha's fang.
Who is Sasha?
So then I kind of have like a sad look on my face, and I look at the party and I say, it's a long story, but if everyone wants to hear it, I'd be happy to share.
Looking
Noros.
around, I think we have nothing but time.
Yeah, Nora starts rummaging through stuff and starts to listen.
All right, so talking out of character, so I practice this a bunch, but I might stutter, so just kind of like bear with me, and hopefully you guys like it. All right, so I kind of stare back at the fang in my hand and start recounting. So when I was just a baby, and really, and I don't have I can't think of a time before Sasha was in my life, but my guardian told me that when I was still just a baby and my bassinet, he went and got a winter wolf pup, and as soon as he laid the pup next to me, he took to me instantly and basically didn't leave my side. My guardian then finally gave me a name, and same with the winter wolf, and he named me Solmia and the winter wolf Sasha after his brother and sister. So one thing I need to say is, it might sound weird, but winter wolves can actually speak common. And so there began my friendship and with my mentor and protector and companion. As the years went by, he taught me how to walk. He taught me how to talk. He taught me how to run. We'd play hide and seek in our mountain cave. As we got older, we eventually started exploring outside. We were finally told and he's not around to correct me, so I'll just call him Papa. He was always so serious with me. He always corrected me I should call him Guardian. But anyhow, Papa said that me and Sasha needed to finally start putting food on the table, and so I had my bow with me and my little hunting knife, and we'd go out and try to hunt for small game like hares and the like. And so I always missed. For years I would miss, but Sasha was always so patient, and he would quickly catch all the rabbits for us, and he'd always tell Papa that I did half of the work. So the years go by, I get older, Sasha gets bigger. We start exploring further and further out from our home. He starts telling me things like there's these large bodies of water called the ocean, and these long areas of sand called the desert. There's forests and jungles, and telling me about all these various animals and creatures and races of people. And I remember always just looking at him at the time like, how can he possibly know this? He's experiencing life just as I am. We're just here in our mountain cave. And so, the years continue to pass. We continue to grow up together. I actually finally start hitting things with my bow and finally pulling my weight. There was one time that I had shot a hare in its hind legs, and I remember just seeing the creature just in obvious pain, just wiggling and screaming, and I was just paralyzed. I couldn't move. I didn't really know what to do, and Sasha looked over and said, "You need to put it out of its misery." And again, I stood there just frozen. So him being as kind and gentle as he always was with me, he went over and quickly put it out of its misery, and he looked at me the way he always would, and he told me about that there's a cycle to things, that we need to be grateful for these creatures that give their life so that we can continue on, and that when we die, we'll become fertilizer for the soil or food for the worms, and birds will eat the worms. And he kept going on and just saying we're all part of the same cycle. And basically the message was it's okay and to not be scared. So I get older, he gets bigger, he's really starting to come into his own. That gives us the courage to start exploring further and further away. We finally run into another wolf pack one day, and he tells me to stay behind him, so I do. And he goes up, and what he later told me was the alpha of the other pack greeted him. They exchange odd sounds and weird motions that wolves do, and the other wolf rejoined their pack, and off they went. And Sasha came back to me, and he started telling me what they talked about and all of that. And he told me that they hunted where we were walking, and they just wanted to make sure that we were friendly. She had asked him where his pack was, and he let her know that I was his pack. And I asked, so did she have a name? And he tried explaining it to me, and I still don't quite understand it, but the wolves that lived in our mountain range, they don't really have names like Lunalia or Deebs or Scribble or Noro or Solmia for that matter. It's more of like an emotion. So for instance, this one was the way your paws feel on fresh snow. And over the years when we would meet other packs of wolves and he'd talk to their alpha, it'd be similar. It would be wind on a clear night, the way water tastes from a fresh mountain spring, or the way that your jaws feel when crunching into bone. One night, we found this cliff, and I joked and said it was our special secret place, but as I got older, I realized how silly that was because it was so obvious where this cliff was. But again, Sasha just played along. He thought it was fun. So we would go up there, and on clear nights, we just look up at the sky and look at the stars. And when you're up that high on a clear night, you can raise your hand, and it's almost like you can touch the stars. The first night we were up there, I saw this constellation, and it looked like a wolf and a girl. I'd say over to Sasha, like, do you see that? And he immediately knew what I was talking about. So that was our special constellation, we would say. We would go up there night after night, especially when it was clear, and we would just stare for hours. I eventually started making up little stories, and if they weren't any good, he never let me know. He'd always tell me to keep going. His favorite was about this magic snowshoe hare that whoever caught it would get a wish, and he said that was his favorite. And we would wish that we could do this forever. So as time went on, I started being more and more comfortable. I could finally hit with my bow accurately, and if I couldn't, I was no longer scared to put the animals out of their misery. We went really far one day and came across another wolf pack. It was the same old thing. I stayed back while he approached, except for this time, their alpha just started growling at me, just very aggressively. I just didn't know what to do, and Sasha, his hair stood on edge. His tail got bushy, this violent look in his eye. I'll be honest, it terrified me. I didn't quite know what to do. Before, it felt like an hour, but it must have been just a second. He leapt on this wolf. He took his throat in his mouth and shook him. He didn't harm him necessarily. There wasn't any blood, but as soon as Sasha backed off, the wolf got back up and got as low to the ground as he could. His ears were back, his tail was behind him, and he went back to his pack. Like what always happened, Sasha told me what happened, and apparently this wolf was asking why a winter wolf would be associated with a human when winter wolves are proud and should be running with their own packs. And Sasha just said, I'm his pack, and he wasn't going to deal with that. So again, the years pass, and we continue our stargazing, exploring, and this one night, we after stargazing, we walk down, and I see this beautiful elk, and the horns were just amazing. I'd never seen anything like it. So I whispered to Sasha. I said, "Why don't we go ahead and follow it and just kind of see where it goes?" My ever faithful and trusting friend, he just said, "Sure." So we followed behind and just watched it go from here to there. We were darting behind boulders and rocks, trying to be sneaky about it. And then out of nowhere, this huge, monstrous beast came out of nowhere, picked the elk up, and I'll never forget the sound it made of just bones crunching and this just god-awful sound the elk was making as it was being eaten alive right in front of me. I stood there paralyzed with fear. I just didn't know what to do. Sasha tried pulling me, saying it'll smell your fear, and sure enough it did. It looked right at me and began to charge me, and again I couldn't move, and there was this flash of white before me. It was Sasha again. His hair on edge, tail bushed, his fangs and eyes, just this vicious monster versus monster. I couldn't believe it. This is my friend, and tooth and claw, just this wild fight, this primal force in front of me. I just didn't know what to do but just watch. Finally, the beast got the better of Sasha and knocked him down to the ground, and instead of Sasha getting up, he just laid there. I knew if I didn't do anything, my friend was going to die. So if I got pushed beyond fear, or I don't know what happened, but my primal nature, it just took over. I took my hunting knife out. I ran as fast as I could, faster than I ever thought was possible. I leapt. I jumped on this beast's back and started stabbing its neck over and over. Stab, stab, stab. I don't know how many times I did it. It's still kind of a blur, but I just remember the feeling of its paws on my head as it shook me off and threw me like a rag doll into a nearby boulder. My head was buzzing. My sides ached. My ribs must have been cracked. It's this buzzing noise in my head. My vision was blurry. I couldn't hear anything, and the monster just held its neck where I'd been stabbing, and he wanted to finish the job with me. And of course, before he could get to me, Sasha, in one last leap, he jumped up and grabbed it by its throat, and whether it was where I was stabbing or not, he ripped the monster's throat out, and the monster grabbed where its throat used to be, took a couple steps and fell to the ground, and Sasha too fell to the ground. I couldn't walk, so I just crawled as fast as I could to where my friend was. He was hurt. I'd never seen him that way. He looked at me and he said, "You have to be brave, Solmia. I have to leave you." And gosh, I couldn't believe it. I was screaming. I said, "No, Papa can fix you. We just got to get back. And, he said, just be brave. And I just kept fighting. I said, no, let's just get up. Let's walk. We can make it. And so finally, knowing how stubborn I was, he just said, okay, but let's just rest for a minute. Let's just look at the stars. So then, I lay on my back and he puts his head in my lap and I start petting my friend. He tells me, will you tell me that story about the hare? The one that grants the wishes? And I say, of course. So I start saying the story and he interrupts me and he says, I love you. And, I say, I love you too. And so I start telling my story, and before I can end the first sentence, my friend's gone. I lay up and his eyes, the life is gone. So I close them and I howl at the moon. I just wail in pain, screaming, howling like I never thought was possible. And I hear a wolf in the distance return it. It's like this distress call, and then you can hear wolves in the distance. It's kind of like their way of communicating. They were spreading the distress call, and I look into the sky, and there's my guardian, his giant eagle form that I'd seen him turn into so many times. He landed, and I saw him assess the situation, and all he said was, can you climb on? And he put his wing down and I climbed on top, and he gently picked up Sasha in his talons and flew us back to our home. When we got back, I sat there and I tried to clean the blood off of Sasha. He had this beautiful white coat. It just didn't make sense. You could see his ribs, you could see his organs, and I was trying my best to try to make something of it, but Papa, he put his hand on my back and he said, Sasha deserves a warrior's burial, and I just nodded my head, and he then told me about where he came from and how they build these ornate funeral pyres that burn hot enough to where bone and tooth are gone so that the warrior can return back to the earth as quick as possible. So I just nod my head and I just say, can we please do it on the cliff where we would look at stars? And he says, we can try, but the wind, it blows so hard there, but we can try. So then he tells me, Sasha had been talking to me about you needing to be able to defend yourself if he wasn't around, and just kind of looked at him puzzled, like, what? Sasha was talking to you? And so anyways, he goes on, and he would always protest because Sasha was my protector, and he didn't want me to get involved with the druid stuff. He wanted me to stay innocent, but he wanted to honor Sasha's wishes, and so he said he would begin training me. I later came to find out that every night after I went to bed, Papa would talk to Sasha and share with him what he should teach me the next day. And so anyway, the first spell he teaches me, and I sort of look up from Sasha's fang and I look at the group and I cast produce flame, and I sort of expertly twirl it in my fingers, not even thinking about it. And then I just sort of wink it out and I say the first spell he taught me was produce flame. He said I needed to send my friend off. And so we went on about constructing the pyre. Dozens and dozens of wolves started showing up. They all were carrying wood to the cliff, and I couldn't do anything. I just watched my guardian construct this elaborate pyre. It must have been magical because wood just doesn't stack like that. So anyway, the sun begins to set, and he lifts Sasha on top. He pushes me forward. I know what I need to do. I put my hand on my friend one last time. I say a prayer to him and a prayer for him. And I close my eyes and I will everything I have into this produced flame. And I've never made a flame that big ever since, but it instantly ignited this pyre. It was a raging inferno before long. I started crying, howling. By this point, there were hundreds of wolves come to pay respects, ones we had met over the years. They're all singing and howling and grieving. And I look up at my guardian, this man that's stoic and unemotional, but a tear rolls down his face. We do this through the night, watching it, making sure that the fire takes him, and the morning comes around and it's ash. So unprompted, I just go up and I pick up a handful of ash and just sort of let it get carried on the wind. Papa goes next. And then all of the wolves, in their own way, they line up in a procession and they all just let the ashes go. After most of the ash was gone, I notice there's something sticking out, and I pick it up. It's one fang left. Everything else was gone. I look at it just puzzled, and Papa asked me to hand it over, so I do, and he waves his hand over it and whispers something. He, as he's handing it back to me, he says, "It looks like Sasha wanted you to have this. This will be your druidic focus. Even in death, he's there to guide you, protect you." And so, as I reach for it back and it's in my hands, a lifetime of memories flash through my eyes. My friend. And from then on, every time I touch it, it's this odd sense of calm and communion with nature. That's it.
Nice, dude. Very nice.
Can we insight check?
Check if he's telling the truth.
I mean, you can, but you'd be a huge dick if you did.
All right.
Thank you for sharing that, Solmia.
Noro just goes over, kind of like pats on the shoulder. I'm all like, I normally don't like earthbenders, just for my own personal history, but this makes things more understandable. The whole spider thing, and we understand. I understand.
Just shake my head, nod.
It's good to know you're on our side.
As evening fades into night, the fire in the hearth burns down to embers. A hush falls over the crypts and the compound around them, and it gets very quiet. But there's a peace that settles in the air here. You all find yourselves thinking about where you've come from after hearing such a story, contemplating on your own pasts and where you've been, the life experiences that have brought you here, and where you're going next. Is there anything else anybody wants to do before calling it a night? And are you having someone stand watch in rotations?
And Noro gets up and volunteers to take first watch.
Lunalia is going to stand up and pat Noro on the shoulder and say, "You need the rest, big man. And I need some time to think." And she'll just walk over to Solmia and put her hand on her shoulder and squeeze a little. And she's going to just walk off. She'll take first watch. She's just heading over to where the crypt is.
And we're doing watch here, right? Is this right?
I think we decided to sleep in that room. Like, we know that it's empty, right? Like, there's no red brands around, so...
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
there are, there are definitely beds there. You guys, may also have your bedrolls and stuff with you, or you could grab bedding out of those rooms and, bunk wherever you want.
And I mean, we could theoretically stand like here, unless you want to be spooky boy and stand there.
Did you leave the doors to the bronze doors to the crypt open, or are they shut? Just
I would think we would have shut them.
Yeah, I thought we were barricading him.
I think the plan was sort of to make it so that we could look in on the room without having to go in it.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Like, do you
Gotcha.
have the doors cracked open enough where nobody can get through them, and they're the stuff, the rubble and the statues blocking them, but you can still peek in, or do you have it shut and you're just going off of sound to tell when he's back?
I would have asked if we could leave it open a crack just so that we could see. As long as it's, so that so that nothing can get out.
Okay. As you finish your, as the rest of you all bed down for the night, and Lunalia, as you take watch, go ahead and make a perception check. It gets very quiet, and you really only hear the distant whisper of a breeze blowing through occasionally, and otherwise it's deathly silent.
What? Sorry, what am I making? Perception?
Perception.
Ugh, potato. I would say that her mind she is not really paying attention. Solmia's story has reminded her of where she comes from. And so while she's down there sort of keeping an eye in the crypt, she's pulled out a small stone that she keeps in her pouch. And she's just rolling it in her hands. Thinking, remembering.
As you sit and you wait and you watch, you don't even hear it, but there's a motion, something dark out of the corner of your eye. The torches in the sconces here have burned down to almost embers, with no one replacing them. It's gotten quite dark. You look down and there's a small rat that's crawled up on some of the rubble next to you. And it's beady little eyes shine in the near darkness, reflecting what little light there is, as it just looks up at you. Sniff, sniff, squeak. And it
Balls. I don't have that spell.
It hops down off the rubble and makes its way through the crack in the doors into the crypt.
She would just She would just say after it, I'd be careful in there if I were you, little one.
The rest of your watch goes without issue. You don't hear anything, and you certainly don't see anyone. And as you're finished, who are you going to wake?
She will go and wake Scribble.
Okay.
When do we hit our long rest button, Poker?
Right now.
Okay.
Nothing. You're not going to get jumped by,
Woohoo!
goblins in the middle of the night here.
Oogie boogies.
Yeah.
Don't
Although
forget to confirm.
I do
I
hear
know.
chains dragging in the distance.
I watch it every time. It ticks down. It ticks down. Why didn't it take?
Repeat that, Poker.
I said you're not going to get jumped by goblins in the night, or even.
Oh, I thought
even
you
though
said we
you're-
heard chains in the distance.
From the
Roll
music.
20 we did.
just in the Roll20 background. So
Yeah.
I'm still using the Goblin Cave tabletop audio background,
Did you?
and there's
You haven't had a chance to use any of the stuff I ripped for you, did you?
not yet, and I didn't think that we'd really have a reason to this week, but for sure I'll have it uploaded for next week. I'm a little ahead of the game I'm behind for this week, but I'm ahead for next week. Does that make sense? I'm
Yes.
ahead for this week, but behind for next week. I don't know. I got a head start on the Roll20 for next week, so I should have some time to pull all that stuff in, as well as the rest of your wild shapes. Do the druids get any? Do you get any new wild shapes at level 3, or
I don't think
Okay.
so.
it's a chart, right? It's not a fraction of your level. It's an actual chart that tells you when you get. Okay.
Yeah,
make an
because the
upload.
next sort of higher tier will be 1/2 creatures that, and we'll be able to take things that have a swim speed.
Yeah, 4th level we get more.
Cool. Scribble Lunalia wakes you, and you groggily go to take your watch. Go ahead and make a perception check. The torchlight has mostly left by now. It's basically pitch black. Of course, you can see.
Damn.
That's fantastic.
Wow.
Watching, listening, you sit there for a long time. And just at the edge of your hearing, off in the distance, sort of to the left, past the rubble that nearly blocks the entire tunnel, but it does allow just a tiniest bit of sound through. You have to hold your breath to hear it, but you hear chewing. Something horrible off in the distance, just chewing, teeth grinding on bone, and the sucking of marrow and the tearing of flesh.
And I hear it like over like where these rock stuff is.
Yeah. If you walk over to the rocks, you climb up a bit, and it becomes a little bit clearer. It's definitely coming from down that hallway, perhaps where the Nothic was in the cave. You
But
hear
that's
a-
all I hear is just something chewing on something gross.
Yep. Yeah, you hear something chewing on meat and bone.
Did we
You
leave
looked at-
anything, meat and bone, that we know of?
No, you guys didn't.
Unless it's that guy that Tal killed.
That's probably that guy that Tal killed. Somebody probably went and chucked him in the
in the
cave.
Nothic pit.
Yeah.
Feed the Nothic.
Yep. They eat people.
It's true. I think you wanted to eat.
You go back to your watch in the darkness, and after a while, You hear a squeak, and a little rat, not particularly big, pokes its head out from between the cracked open doors and looks around, sniff, sniff, squeaks one more time, sees you, and just stops and watches you for a while.
Peck him, Scribble.
Are there other rats? Like, I feel like a rat would be commonplace in this. Or have we not noticed any other types of animals, vermin?
You may not have been looking closely for them. You know, with the amount of supplies that are in here, yeah, you would have seen other rats for sure. Yeah, with all the barrels and crates and, you know, cartons of fruit and other things, grain and other things in here, there would have definitely been some vermin. This rat, after another couple minutes, very slowly moves your direction, comes right up to your foot and just sits there, staring at you with its head cocked to one side.
I'll look down at it and ask it what it's doing.
It just squeaks once at you and then runs off towards the pile of rubble, disappearing through the rocks. Before it does, it stops and turns and looks back at you one more time, and then wriggles in between a couple of stones and disappears.
Hey, can I peek in the room to see if there's anything noticeable in there?
In the crypts?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, you climb over the felled statue and some of the rubble that's been placed there to block the doors and have a peek. Go ahead and make it's sight only, so make a perception check. Disadvantage in the darkness. Actually, sorry, no, it's lit in there. The braziers seem to still be brightly lit. Almost
just
magically
normal?
lit. Mm-hmm.
Nice.
Damn. That doesn't bode well for your later Chaos Bolt that's going to roll a 2.
This is true.
Burn those good dice rolls now. Nothing seems to have changed. At first glance, the only thing you notice that the remains of the skeletons are no longer littered around the floor. Other than that, nothing seems to have changed.
Where did the skeletons go? Have I heard any noise going on from inside it there? Like the bones moving around or anything?
No.
It's possible
Oh.
they moved around on my watch and my perception was so low that I didn't hear them.
Possible.
All right. Well, I
Unless
guess
there's
I'll just
anything else
keep
you wanna
watch
do.
then.
Yeah, unless there's anything else you want to do, you spend the rest of your shift, your couple of hours, because out of 8 hours, you need to get at least 6 hours of sleep. You spend a couple hours of your watch, waiting and watching, and nothing else happens. Who is finishing off the last couple hours? Who do you wake up?
Oh, are you asking me?
Well, yeah, or the group. I don't recall if you guys actually set a rotation or if you're figuring
we
it out
hadn't.
on the fly.
We did.
Is this how the room is set up, or how like Solm and Noro are inside the here, and then Deebs and Ollie are in the little barracks?
Yeah, I moved myself into where she would have gone to rest for the night.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't move my token, but
Would it affect anything if I woke up Lunalia? Like with her long rest?
Well, yeah. Yeah, it certainly would.
It's a little. I've always been a little unclear on this.
No,
with
sorry. You could. I mean, as long as she goes back to sleep and rests another 2 hours, she's fine. Like, you could wake her up to talk to her for a couple minutes, and then she could go back to bed. It doesn't have to be consecutive hours for sure, but
Okay, I was gonna go wake up her and Deebs,
okay.
and then, drag them out in the hallway so that they don't bother the others, and then just explain what I heard as far as the munching, which I assume is just a little gross eyeball creature, and then mention that there was an odd rat that came up and seemed to be looking at us or at me that was stranger than the others.
I did see a rat on my watch. He came from the pile of rubble, sort of stopped and looked at me, and disappeared into the crypt with a couple of squeaks. Unfortunately, I would have loved to have spoken to him, but I did not have that spell prepared.
If you see that rat, Deep, squish it.
I didn't think much of it.
I have next watch, it looks like.
It's your turn.
All right.
He's gonna be a sleepy boy.
Go. I'll keep an eye out. But I tell you, I don't like that creature out there. We might have to do something about it.
Oh, you mean the one that tried to eat me?
Yes,
I can't say that I'm a fan.
It's way too close to the town. Someone could wander up here into it.
Scream if we need to poke its eye out.
Just saw it moving in that hallway.
I'll start my watch, Poker.
Okay, go ahead and make a perception check.
Lunalia's, when she goes back in to go back to bed, she's going to make sure that Solmia is covered up. She'll do a little tuck in.
Ooh!
Nice.
Nice job! Combat, if we have it, is going to suck later.
I'm gonna just RP this since Poker you failed me. That I actually am sleeping soundly for once.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I was gonna in the morning when you awoke.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm also prepping combat just in case.
Fucking Deebs.
Hey, he declared intent. Okay, I'm good to go. Just realized I didn't have my iPad here with my stat blocks on it, but that's taken care of now. We are good to go. Deebs, in case you want to murder hobo anything.
Yeah.
Or anyone. 24 perception check. Okay. Yeah, nothing further. You sneak a peek through the doors and you see, as Scribble did, the room is well lit, even though the hallway you're in now is pitch black. There is no exterior light in this place, so you begin to think to yourself, I might need to take flint and tinder and relight torches, replace torches. Several of the light sources in here are just small lanterns hanging on the walls, and you remember that you found some lantern oil in one of the various crates back by the cistern, but everything's burned low or gone out by now. And you imagine somebody must have been maintaining the light sources in here regularly. Your watch passes without any incident, but as you reach the end of what you think is your couple hours, the dawn is nearby, even though you haven't looked outside yet. So at this point, you would likely want to wake the others and get the place lit again.
All right. Yeah, I'll head over.
Okay.
Wake up, everybody! It's morning time!
Lunalia's going to grab the closest thing off of the floor night table and hurl it out the door. She's not awake, so it's not like it would even hit you.
Lanaya, you didn't have to give me anything. I appreciate it, though.
Did Noro sleep in the chair in front of the fireplace?
Looks like it.
Or did he just like lay down on the
Dude, we do it Mountain Goliath style. We just get on the concrete ground and just have at it.
I mean, there's a nice fur rug there too.
I prefer the cold floor.
Yeah, I imagine he just chucked it to the side and just laid right down on the floor. Well,
Confirmed, Oro has a back made of stone.
As you all wake, some of you grateful that there were beds in this place, and that you weren't interrupted. Solmia, as you said, you wake, and for the second night in the last few days, you wake rested, peaceful, calm. There's something centered and focused about your demeanor, and in a way that the others notice as well. There's a confidence in her walk, and there's a lack of hesitation when she moves and when she speaks that wasn't there before. You all know that dawn is probably near. Somebody could venture out, either up the stairs or out the cave and have a look, or you could have a quick bite of rations. By the way, with all of the supplies in here, I'd say that you can easily restock your rations. I haven't really bothered asking you guys to mark off any of your trail rations, in any of the travel that you did outside of Phandalin. With all the stuff you found in here, with the provisions that you found in the Goblin Cave, you could have easily just, grab some jerky and whatever other, dried trail ready food there was, crusty bread, whatnot.
Yeah, I mean, I have not been marking down rations, so unless you've told us to do it,
It's
I
such
haven't.
a pain in the ass. No, you know what? You guys are already, paying for room and board every night, and now that you're in town, getting fed for it, and you've come across enough, crates of stuff that you could easily restock. It's just, it's one less thing to deal with. It's one less, kind of pointless thing to deal with. It really doesn't.
Well, the other
enhance
thing,
the story at all.
Lunalia would have, and I'm sure Solm's probably going to be the same. We've spent enough time out in the wild that we feed ourselves anyway. I don't feel like we need to RP every night.
Yeah.
Lunalia went fishing, and Solm went and got a bunch of berries. And
Oh yeah, definitely.
I would just take that sort of as going forward. Anytime we're not in an inn, in town, in whatever, at least Lunalia is going to do that for herself and the group.
Yeah, Solmia will easily be able to, between the two of us, will be able to feed the party.
Yeah. I mean, it's not going to be no luxury meals, but...
What about warm ale?
Sorry, Sir Dwarf, you're on your own there.
I could go find some deer piss for you.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could just drink your own piss. There's enough ale in that,
As long as it's a good year.
Don't dwarves bleed beer? I feel like I've heard that somewhere.
The gray ones do.
Don't talk about my pals.
I give Noro the side eye.
All right. So as you as you all wake and prepare, how do you want to do this? How do you want to? What's your intent? How do you want to set up for this?
Well, Lanai's got to brush her teeth. She's got to have a tea. She's got to do her hair.
And then
I think we all just kind of head down and, have a look through the crack, see if anything's happened, and if not, we wait.
Ready my fur cuffs.
Ooh, you broke up real bad there. What did you say?
Said I'll ready my fur cuffs.
Nice.
Lunalia would say to Deebs, Did you by any chance see a rat on your watch?
I did not. It was quiet.
No chewing sounds?
I didn't hear any. It was a peaceful night.
He must have eaten that guy.
That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Nora's all like, "What did I miss?"
Everybody hit their long rest button, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Okay.
Full
You all
HPs.
gather. You all gather around the door, and pull the doors open just a little further so that you can all see through the crack, waiting, watching. I imagine, Noro, you move some of the rubble to unblock the doors so you can open them if you need to.
Yes, sir.
10 minutes go by, 20, 30 minutes. Everybody's backs and legs get stiff, holding in position, waiting, ready. Finally, you begin to hear whispers from inside the room again. And as the din of those whispers grows to a crescendo, you begin to hear somebody screaming, howling in pain. There's a dull light that glows in the center of the room, and wisps of mist begin to flow from various corners, cracks, and crevices in this crypt, swirling about roughly in the shape of a humanoid form. As it does, you see fragments of bone begin to appear in midair and grow. As a skeleton knits together out of thin air, out of these wisps of mist that swirl around faster and faster, you begin to see muscle, tendon, ligaments, and flesh over top of it begin to grow on the skeleton. Its mouth open, a pained scream, a roar coming out of it, as you see Madrick reintegrate. When it's done, after about a whole minute, he collapses to the floor in a heap, his naked body smoldering, mist rising off of the freshly reformed Madrick. He takes a deep breath, hacks, and then promptly dry heaves, staggers to one knee, and then stands up, looks around with a groggy look on his face. "Where are you fucks with my swords?
Good morning.
Hey!
At
Where
the
is
back
he
of
at?
the group. Sorry. Go ahead.
Welcome back, Madrick. Let's talk.
I don't have a token for naked Madrick, sorry. Just imagine him without the shoulder plate.
No, I am.
Can I do an investigation check on his pengu?
I will roll a 20-sided die to tell you what kind of pengu it is. I rolled a 2.
Confirmed. Goblin ping ping.
Small and slightly green.
Oh, man.
Yeah, Lunali is just going to say to Solmia at the back of the group, that is nothing of nature I've ever seen.
Just hold up for Pinky.
It's part of the curse. It's a random length every time he comes back.
What have I got to work with today? Oh, shit.
Somebody kill me.
Kill me now.
I'm gonna
It's,
toss in the bag of clothes.
Genius. Those are actually right out of the book Adventure, and I'm like, you know what? I'll leave them in. Somebody will find some use for them. I didn't even think about this. You toss him the bag of clothes. It lands in a heap at the ground before him. Back for more, are you? Where are my boys with my weapons?
gonna
They're
try
all
to
boys
mimic.
now. Oh, good
I'm
scribble.
gonna and tall as and the other guy's voice. Just fuck Madrick.
Oh.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, in Thaddeus's voice?
Yeah.
Yeah.
He looks at you and his eyes narrow and there's this look on his face. Ah, fuck. Right. So what do you want? Well, obviously someone told you I was coming back here. You're here for a reason. He starts to look around. He sees the halves of the mage. What the fuck did you do to him? Oh, gods. Did you do that? And he looks at Nero.
And I show him my burn scars. That's all I do. I just point at my burn scars.
Lunalia will say, we would have loved to speak to him. Unfortunately, my large friend here didn't take kindly to the singeing we all received. And that is the result.
I've never seen that man lay a finger on anyone. If he attacked you, you must have asked for it. Tal! That idiot's around here somewhere.
There's no one here.
Just us.
Fuck.
Tell me why you keep coming back.
What? You'll kill me again? If you're gonna do that, I suggest you get on with it. It's the only time I get a good night's sleep.
Was the wizard helping you?
Yes. In a way. We had a deal. My boys leave him alone. He's free to continue his work so long as he doesn't wake up some eldritch evil.
I'm afraid that's what might have happened to him.
Fuck. He walks over and sort of kicks at one of the halves of the corpse, and then looks to the altar and the now dried circle of blood smeared around it. I had someone watching him. Obviously, he wasn't watching him closely enough.
Yes, the wizard spoke of being watched by your boy Tal.
So what are you going to do with me? You have me at a disadvantage. Unless you want to hand me a sword. Pick up where we left off yesterday. And he looks at Deebs. Maybe just you and me this time. Like it should have been.
I like the sound of that! But not today.
His eyebrows shoot up and then drop back down. He slouches a bit. Fuck.
You haven't
Fine.
answered his question. Why do you keep coming back?
You haven't brought me breakfast.
Oro whips out the axe and just starts moving towards them. I got it right here.
He just stands his ground. He doesn't seem to really be scared by you or the axe. Fine. Lop off my head. It'll cost you a day. I have all the days I need. Do you?
Can I just toss him some jerky?
Yeah. Yeah, you absolutely can. You could do whatever you want.
Yeah, I'll just
Or
toss him some food out of the stuff that we've gathered for rations.
Yeah, you toss him a small sack of some other ration you've gathered. He just kind of looks at it, gets his toe underneath it, kicks it up in the air, catches it, opens it up. You see that one knows how to bargain. He starts stuffing his face with food. Coming back like that makes a man hungry. What's that? And he kicks at the other bag. Clothes? The bird's got better manners than all the rest of you put together. Stuffing his face full of food, he reaches down and opens the bag, starts putting on the clothes. They don't fit very well. They're very definitely for a little bit smaller man. But he manages to hide his ever shrinking shame and gets the pants and shirt on. Tries one of the shoes and just chucks it aside, realizing it's far too small for him.
Do you still have those boots, Noro?
Oh, right. I forgot about those.
That's right.
Oh man.
like that, do I just sling him onto the ground?
He looks up at Noro and says, I probably don't want to know where you got these, do I? He grabs and puts them on. Well, that's better. Right, so he walks over and jumps up on one of the sarcophagi, sort of casually sitting on it. Right, so what do you want to know? And then, when I'm done telling you, kindly fuck off out my home.
The creature that you have down the hall says that it's his home.
He likes to say that. Honestly, I don't know why I've kept him around, but he's good at cleaning up trash, if you know what I mean.
Or evidence, for that matter.
Aye.
So tell us, Mr. Madrick, how many times have you come back from the dead now?
Implies I haven't lost count. In fact, I stopped counting the years, too. I don't know, when was the mansion above not ruins? It's been that long.
Just sort of out of character. None of us recall anybody in the town mentioning that he's been around for, like, years. Have they?
No, not really. But you haven't got a lot of details out of, like, Thaddeus or Tal, the guys who, know him and work most closely with him.
Right. Like, from my recollection is that him and his goons really only seem to have been causing trouble for the town, like, in the past, 6 months, 3 months type deal.
A year or less, for sure. Madrick says, I heard somebody say 500 years, something like that. Since Phandalin was sacked. I remember it happening. That's why I'm still here. I used to work for the Trezendar family. Guard of sorts. Sellsword. But they paid well. Fed me. Took me in when no one else would. Suppose that was their mistake. A couple of years after I started working for them, orcs started ranging west out of the mountains. I told them we should leave. I fucking told them. They didn't listen. Nobody would. One night, the orcs came out of the trees. More of them than we could count. We fell back to the manor house. Aldeth and I. He looks back towards one of the sarcophagi. We fought back to back for what seemed like hours. He fell. I ran. Into the crypts. I came here to hide. Old man Trezendar, Ezrin, was here. There was a look in his eye. When he saw me, he cursed me. He cursed me forever. Regret what I'd done, my cowardice. Leaving my friend, leaving my employer to die, leaving the others to die. And then he disappeared. I thought he died too. It was hard to remember. The orcs, they found us. They found me at least. I died at their hands. I woke here the next day. Pretty much like what you saw. Not a lot of fun. Especially not the first time. Although I never get used to it. They left as fast as they came. The town was in ruins. Buildings burnt. Bodies everywhere. I found Aldeth and his wife Alyssa. I brought them here. I put them in their coffins. And I didn't leave here for a very long time. Died of starvation more than once. Came back. Fucking curse. At some point, I decided to try living again. Abandoned town gets awful lonely. Especially when you come back here every time you die. That's it. The wizard was trying to help, or at least he promised if he figured out what's keeping me here as part of what he was looking after, he'd fix me. So, he looks at Scribble and says, "You've got his staff." Looks at Solmia. "You've got his satchel. And, Big Man, I think you've still got a little bit of him on you. Does that mean you're going to help me now?"
Noro gets up and asks him, "Do you want to rest? Live and be free?"
I'll take anything over what I'm doing right now. Rounding up those boys and having a little fun around town was the first fun I've had in a while. Although it's not the first time I've left. Went on some adventures, but I always ended up back here.
I glance over to Linalia and say, "Linalia, we need to get to that wizard's room. That'll probably have answers."
Madrick, are you familiar with any of the research or work this wizard was doing?
Never much cared.
Right.
He seemed to think that old Ezrin Trezendar had something buried beneath here.
He spoke about trying to get beneath.
Yeah, he never shut up about it. Especially recently. The last few weeks, he just babbled on endlessly about trying to get at what lied beneath. I gotta say, it got me excited to see if he could find out why I'm tied to this place. See if there's a way that he could lift that curse.
Well, then it's more important than ever that we find a way into the wizard's quarters. They seem to be magically sealed.
Aye, he locked the door as it was his way. Good luck with that. I don't have a key.
Solmia, I think we're gonna need your manacles.
Let me ask you something, Madrick. Do you intend to keep causing trouble to this town?
Look, I intend to do whatever I fucking want. Find me something else fun to do and I'll do that instead. Maybe you'll tell me what Tal and the others are up to, eh? Since it seems like they've walked out on me. You didn't kill them all, did you?
We didn't kill a single one.
No, but Tal killed one of them.
Fucking Tal. Was it Jono? Big man?
Yes.
Good. Right piece of garbage that one was.
Well, perhaps Deebs can explain and extend the offer that we extended to your former employees, to yourself.
Sure, you can try. What do you got?
Wait, did you say me?
Yes, you.
I don't want this shit at all. I don't want any of those guys going with this at all.
Who was it that made the offer then? I don't remember.
It was me.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah, okay, so she would say, Solm, maybe you could explain to him what you've explained to the others.
Yeah, so, I guess before proposing the offer, I'll just talk about, I know what it's like to be tempted with evil deeds, and sometimes you can choose the other path. And then I'll just kind of explain that, we got the castle to sack and Deeb's friend to save, and there's likely to be loot, and whoever helps us is welcome to their fair share.
Make a persuasion check, just for fun.
Sure.
It's certainly not make or break, it's just...
Oh my God.
I rolled like his Pengu.
Well, then we got to add 2.
He listens to your pitch and just nods and says, I don't really fucking care. Is Tal going with you? Is he taking the others and going with you?
As far as I know, he agreed.
Oh, good. Well, maybe I'll tag along and kick the shit out of him for walking out on me. Would you be okay with that?
Please be nice to that one.
Aye.
What
Look.
about Thaddeus? Is Thaddeus still alive? Or did Tal kill him too?
Oh no, he's alive. He was the
was
first
last
one
night.
he was the first one to agree to the tentative deal.
Fucking little coward turncoat. Right.
Well, I did eat your head, Magic. I think he was scared.
Oh, that was you.
Sorry about that.
No.
Sorry, not sorry.
I'll remember that.
Oh, man.
Never had my head eaten before. I'm honored. Don't think you'll get to do it twice. I was playing yesterday.
Oh.
Right. So, castle. just that fucking goblin castle in the woods to the north.
It is. Do you know this castle?
Might have been there once or twice. Might have lived there for a while before they moved in.
How
Why?
long ago was that?
75 years or so? It's a right shithole it is, falling apart.
But you would have knowledge of its layout then, yes?
It's big, made of stone, and falling apart. It's in the woods. It's a castle. I might have a keg of dwarven brandy stashed somewhere in there. I doubt it's still good, but might be worth trying to get. Look, I'll go. But I go on my own, and I kill who the fuck I want. You stay out of my way.
Madrick, if you harm one of my pack, you best be on your guard.
Well, then there best be others there for me to murder.
Oh, I'm sure there will be.
Linalia's gonna hold up her hand. Let's see. Good goblins, bad goblins, other bandits.
Bugbears.
I believe bugbears, yes. Perhaps other denizens in the castle. Spooky ghosts, skeleton. We don't know.
He looks at Solmia and says, "What about drow? How many more of you are out there?"
Funny you should ask that. I've been in search of them myself. Do you know of this black spider?
I do.
People seem to have confused me with working for him in town.
He looks around at the others. Idiots. No fucking drow would hang out with the likes of the rest of you. And if you don't know that, obviously you didn't grow up drow.
I did not.
Do you know some drow, Madrick?
Does he ever not yell?
No.
We haven't found a time, no.
Waking up like that leaves one with quite the hangover. Fuck. Dwarf, keep it down.
I'm gonna pat Deebs on the back and say, "It's okay, Daddy Deebs."
I'm going to head over to the door. I'm tired of talking to this jackass.
Are you tired or is your voice tired?
And one of Noro's flaws is that he's quick to assume that someone's always trying to cheat him. So in this case, I'm going to go with Deeps too because I don't trust him either.
Great. Leave the big
Can we
man
roll
in the room.
insight to see what we think?
Sorry, say that again?
Go ahead, Dark.
No, I was just... My comment meant nothing.
I was just wondering if... So, can we roll insight to see if what he has said seems like he's being honest?
Yeah, you absolutely can. Yeah, I would encourage you guys to
Fuck.
I would always encourage you guys to insight check, like, you know, not all five of you, all at the same time on every NPC, but you know, let's say a maximum of 2 insight checks around the party. Insight's one of those few skill checks where it's the only way you can ever assist somebody with an insight check is if you can talk about a conversation afterwards, right? Like 2 of you basically talk over what was said. And discussing
like comparing
that,
notes, sort of.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, mulling over what was said and what, you know, body language you observed and whatever. That could be. I could see how one person could assist another on a roll. Otherwise, they're pretty much separate roles. And you know, sort of rule of thumb is limit the party to either, you know, an assisted attempt or 2 separate attempts. That's not hard and fast, but you know, typically just to keep everybody from, because if 5 people roll dice, somebody's going to get a success always, and then it kind of takes the point out of rolling. But I encourage you to insight check anybody and everybody, obviously within reason. You know, once you've once somebody's gained your trust, there's really no reason to, unless it's like you don't need to insight check him. Like why would you insight check Ulrich? He's always been very upfront with you guys. But you could if he did, do something a little out of character for sure. But yeah, I always encourage
is
that.
never going to, or almost never going to roll insight because she just assumes that when people say something, that why lying doesn't really factor in for her. So if this guy says, "Yeah, okay, I'll come with you and I'll kill some stuff," that's what he's going to do to her.
And then the other thing is, I always encourage you to ask to investigate or ask for perception checks too, because when you're moving around a space like this, or if we're doing theater of the mind, those. If you don't stop and take a look around, spend some time checking stuff out, you will walk past treasure. You will walk past details that might, help advance the story. So.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm fully sure that there is a +3 greatsword in one of those sarcophagi, but oh wells. Noro doesn't like to touch them.
But like in this place, it was obvious. At the end of the night, you guys had cleared it out, right? So. Us just settling on Scribble spending an hour to go like room by room and check things out was enough to just give you guys the loot table too. There's no reason it slows the story down to stop and check every room unless you're in the middle of conflict. Yeah, you got time. You always come back later and clean it out. So the insight checks weren't great. As far as you can tell, he doesn't really give a shit about anything enough to be deceptive. You're not certain if or when he's going to kill his former red brands, or if he's just going to show up and be an asshole to them or what. And that might cause trouble if he does that before the assault on the castle. But in any case, he's somewhat agreed to tag along.
But the idea is after we free him, right? Of, I guess, this curse type thing.
I mean, if you don't... no, because, you guys are... I mean, part of what Solmia explained is you guys are going, like, tomorrow, or in the next couple of days. So it's more like, I'll tag along with you and stop causing trouble for the townfolk if you help me in the future with this. Because he's got time. He's just, like one of the things he would tell you is...
Right, okay.
There was no timetable in his agreement with the wizard. The wizard was keen to figure this place out, and, if he could also help figure out how to break his curse, fine, you can keep working here and we'll leave you alone.
He reminds me of Mad Mardigan, kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Mad Mardigan? The name's
from Willow.
Familiar.
From Willow back in like the 80s, I think.
You are great.
Yeah, played by Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
I stole a baby from you when you were taking a pee-pee.
Could he not die as well?
No, it's just more like his just aloof kind of.
It's his attitude.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm kind of basing him off the Hound from Game of Thrones. Fuck you and fuck the king. That kind of grumpy, I do whatever I want. Complete asshole to just about everybody. Much less heart of gold than the Hound had.
That's actually helpful that you said that, Poker.
He's gonna eat every fucking chicken in this place.
You gonna die for a piece of chicken? Someone is. Best line in 8 seasons of that show. Yeah, so that's what Madric's all about. So Deebs and Oro step out. Solmia's at the door. Scribble and Ellie are in the room. Madric's just sitting there. He finishes off the small bag of rations that Scribble chucked him. Gives his boots a tug. Hops down onto the floor. Right, so I am gonna need a sword at some point. Scribble, do you still have his sword strapped to your back? Or the one sword strapped to your back?
Yeah.
Don't suppose you'll give that back to me, will you?
If you help us, then you may have it back, possibly.
Because Poker, there's still that whole closet full of them, right? In the upper right corner.
Yeah. There's a whole room full of weapons tucked away up there.
So he doesn't need his +1 back, is what I'm getting at.
No.
I think he has attachment to it. That's why he's.
Right.
Do we trust this guy enough already to arm him?
Noro says no.
I mean, I'm not giving him his sword. What are we planning to do now?
I think
I
we're
mean-
planning to get into that room. We need
Yeah.
to learn some stuff about the wizard.
And I mean, out of character here, who knows? If we figure out what's causing this, he may just die.
Yep, that's true.
That's fine.
He says, "Look, I don't care about very many things in this world, but that sword is one of them. It belonged to a friend." And as he says that, he looks back towards one of the sarcophagi, the one with the knight on the cover. That sword's been with me for a long time, and as much as it's a constant reminder of my fucking failure, it means something to me.
I agree with Scribble here. As long as you cooperate, you'll get it back.
Just don't sell it.
Noro overhears the conversation. Is there any two-handed weapons in there a giant can use?
Ooh,
In
Nora's
where?
willing to be a grave thief.
Well, in the
No, he means in the storage.
No.
Oh.
In the
Yeah.
graves.
Oh, you mean in the sarcophagi?
Yeah, I'm not picking it up. I want him to give it to me.
Oh, you're okay with somebody else desecrating graves? You just don't want to
He
get
doesn't
your
want to be
hands
near
dirty.
it.
Exactly, because the bad things happen to them who disturb the grave, not me.
But you're essentially asking for it to happen, so
He shouts back through the door, "If you so much as lay a finger on any of those lids, I will fucking kill you."
We made the right choice.
Clearly, there's no blades.
He looks back at the one that had the older noble on it, and he goes, "You could open that one if you wanted. It's not him in there anyway."
Oh, shit.
who's in there?
I don't know, some fucking prick I killed.
Can you go ahead and open that lid and see what he has? If my ancestral spirits don't let me do such things.
There's nothing in there of value. And if you touch the other ones, I'll murder you. I don't care how many times I have to come back to try. I'll get it done.
So you do stand for something after all. It's good to know.
Look, if I can't protect him and couldn't protect him in life, at least I can protect him in death.
I know what it's like to lose a friend. I respect that.
Fuck. Why do you have to do this to me? Get out!
We'll be back.
Is he getting all emo?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not crying, you're crying. Yeah,
Tell
I
that asshole Tal I'm coming for him.
Oh, man.
Do we have?
You're
Let's
telling
not
yourself tomorrow.
Yeah, let's not.
Don't worry, I will.
So I'll,
Deeps is like, the best way this works out is if they all just kill each other.
Exactly.
I'm going to slip Daddy Deebs the Dispel Magic Scroll.
I'm not comfortable with that.
Does everyone else run out?
Yeah, I think we're all making our way over.
I'm gonna just look back at him and tell him he's free to kill them all after the battle.
Nice.
Your friends, or
No, all of the Red Brand, the goblins.
phew, I was worried there for a second. Yeah, kill them all after. I don't care.
That's later in the campaign for Scribble.
Like 2 weeks from now.
He's plotting hard. Freaking
Fucking
screw.
assholes just went through that big old blocked off room.
Yeah. That's true. We did.
Oh, all right. So can I cast that dispel magic? Is that the plan then? Or are we just gonna go ahead and use that scroll to just easily get in if it works?
I mean,
Do you
why
have
not?
detect magic to see what it is?
Hey, I could do a 10-minute concentration of detect magic. That won't
Oh,
cost
I
me
think
a
that
spell
would be
slot.
better than just trying to randomly guess with the scroll.
I did not realize that that pasting that in was going to look like that. Holy shit!
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, Deebs, you want to do your detect magic?
Yeah, I'll do my detect magic concentration version poker.
Okay, so you spend the 10 minutes plus a little bit, and get the materials out and chant the incantations, say a prayer, and as the spell completes, your senses are enhanced, and you begin to see magical objects about you. The sword glows softly from within the scabbard on Scribble's back. The staff that Scribble carries has a bright glow that indicates abjuration magic. It's fairly strong. You look about and you see, and I don't recall any other magical items on anybody. I guess the gem in the head of your warhammer, or the pommel of your warhammer, or wherever you placed it, would glow softly. The couple of scrolls have a faint bluish shimmer to them, and the door itself has sort of an ever rippling shimmer over it, again of abjuration magic, indicating that it is magically sealed. Well, let me see. From within the room, you beyond the door, you don't see anything else magical other than. No, that's it. That's it.
All right. So it is a magical barrier.
Did anything on Solm glow? Like the necklace or whatever that they got from Adabra?
That coin glowed the last time someone did detect magic. So.
Yeah, I think it had a very faint sense of abjuration magic to it as well.
Oh,
I can't
okay.
remember. Is it just a coin or a brooch or something, or is it actually like a pendant on a necklace?
It is.
It's a pendant.
Yeah, it's a pendant, but it kind of looks like a roughly hammered coin, silver coin, like a tarnished silver coin. It's got a little bit of a loop on one side, and it's got a very simple piece of twine threaded through it. It is virtually identical to the one that your other character wears.
Okay. Well, I believe we have a couple of options here. We can use that fancy piece of paperwork. One of us could shrink down to something small and slide under the door and open it from the inside. Or we could brute force one of the walls to the room.
Deebs, from your detect magic, one of the things you learn from whatever spell or enchantment holds the door is that it only extends to the edges of the door and just into the frame around it. It does not extend into the wall or anything else. You would guess from that the door and frame could be removed with some effort. It would require some tools. Mining tools, stonemason's tools, and a fair amount of time. The walls here are rather thick. Just from what you've seen moving room to room, you would estimate the walls to be up to 5 feet thick. Probably with, dirt and stone in between the cobblestone walls.
All right, I relay that information to the party.
I think I'll remind everybody that we probably shouldn't spend all day with excavating, and I vote we should use that to spell scroll.
I think so too.
All right.
All right, so spell scroll. A spell scroll bears the words of a single spell written in a mystical cipher. If it's on your class's spell list, which this is, you can read it and cast the spell without providing any components. Otherwise, it's unintelligible. Casting the spell by reading the scroll requires the spell's normal cast time. Once it's cast, the words fade and it crumbles to dust. If the spell is on your class's spell list but of a higher level than you can normally cast, which it is, this is a 3rd level spell, you must make an ability check using your spellcasting ability to determine whether you cast it successfully. The DC equals 10 plus the spell's level. So it's specifically an ability check. So your spellcasting ability, Deeb's Cleric, would be Wisdom. So this would just be a Wisdom check with a DC of 13.
All right. All right. Stand back, everybody. I don't know what's going to happen. Here we go.
I believe in you, Deebs.
15 is enough. As Deebs begins to read the incantation off of the spell scroll, his words gain confidence and strengthen. And as he finishes uttering the words, there is a flash and a shimmer and the sound of chains snapping as the door unlocks and opens slightly.
All right, let's go.
Within, you find a room basically as you see on the map here. In one corner is a bed, simple, the bedding neatly tucked. Next to it burns a couple of candles on a small table. Odd that the candles still hold light, even though the room has been locked for some time. Further into the room, you see several bookshelves stuffed with sheafs of paper, books, tomes of various ages, dust collecting on some of them, a few cobwebs between them. A table, on it are strewn various notes, rolled up pieces of parchment, and a few alchemy tools, a small brewing stand, and a few vials and bottles, some of them empty, some of them with a few items in them. A journal lays open, one that Linalia read from the other day.
All right. Well, let's we'll search the room, see if
All right. Do you wanna give me a investigation check? And
I'm
somebody
back.
can assist for advantage.
I will assist him.
Scribble. Yeah. Scribble would probably be the
Do it.
best. Investigation.
My int is +0.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. I forgot.
Everybody's int is +0.
We're all
I'm
dumb.
negative. I'm -1.
Well, I actually have, in my time in the mountains, I'm pretty good at investigating stuff.
Well, then I will assist Solmia so that he can do it with advantage.
All right, let me try if it works this weekend.
Yeah, so you get a backseat driver. No, look over there.
Nice.
Oh, dirty 20.
Lunalia's been around research papers and stuff before.
Yeah, but can she read?
Yes, of course she can. You know she can.
Oh, right.
Are they in a language that most people can read?
It depends. So the journal is a it's common enough. There is Albert definitely spoke with a little bit of an Eastern accent, and there are some words that you have to think about a little bit and infer the meaning of from the words around them. But it's a dialect of common, and you can read it. It just takes some effort. You find a Solmia, you find a book. Can you read Dwarvish?
I cannot.
You find book in a language you don't understand. You show it to the rest of the group. Deebs, you definitely recognize the text. It is Dwarvish. It is the journal of an adventurer named Ermon.
All right.
There is an old tome on noble families of Dralamar. There is a bookmark in that tome, just a small scrap of parchment that's tucked in about halfway. Next to the alchemy stand, you find 3 bottles of reagents, 1 bottle of mercury, a bottle of dragon bile, and a bottle of powdered nightshade. These might be worth something either to an apothecary or alchemist, or possibly to a vendor that would deal with those sort of things. Beneath the bed, you find a chest. It is unlocked. And within it, you find a small amount of coin and some gems.
Ooh.
And then the last piece of interest is Albrecht's journal itself. So just to sum that up, you've got a Dwarvish adventurer's journal, a tome on noble families of Dralamar, Albrecht's journal, and 3 bottles of alchemy reagents, as well as coin and gems. I can give you guys the detail on that stuff if you're adding it to your character sheets.
I'm just writing it in my book.
So, I mean, I guess I should ask for party loot. Are we gonna have just one person sort of do everything? Because I can just as easily just drop it in your character sheet at the beginning of the session. In it, like I've already got it written up, right? I could just pop it into the character sheet and just say that's all in your character sheet already.
Should we just like take turns with this stuff?
I think that's a good idea, so that Scribble's not bogged down with everything under the sun.
Yeah, so I guess poker for this this batch you can drop it on mine.
Okay. None of the stuff. I mean, we'll talk about the books right now if you guys want to take an hour and sit and read through them, or you can take them with you and maybe tonight's long rest you can have a look over them. That's up to you if you don't want to spend the time going through them.
Lunalia just wants to spend 5 minutes as each book sort of comes to light to have just a super quick thumb through them to see if anything regarding extra planner info is written in any of them.
Okay. Give me a investigation check. The one written in Dwarvish you wouldn't be able to read. You'd have to have Deebs skim it for you.
Right.
Solmia, are you okay with me adding the coinage and stuff? The coinage, it's 30 silver, 15 gold, and 3 platinum. And there's a silk pouch that has 130 gold worth of gems in it.
Yeah, I think that's fine. And then whenever we need to divvy out money, we can do that.
Okay. I'll just there's nothing in here that is story useful right now. So if for some reason you guys do want to sell any of it off or whatever during this session, just let me know and I'll go back to it. Otherwise, I'll just poke it into your character sheet after the session.
Well, I guess I should ask, are you guys cool with just going round robin on this stuff moving forward?
Yeah, that's fine.
Like this session, it's all you. You're holding all the crap. Next week, it can be Deebs. Yeah, I think that's good.
Okay.
What about that satchel that Scribble found with the potion of healing and the potion of invisibility, the 50 gold?
That's up to him. He's got it.
Did he write, Lucid, did you write that down already, or?
I wrote it down in a notepad, but I didn't know if we were splitting all the gold just evenly or.
So I mean, there's you guys can whatever's easiest. If you want me to, I can I'm writing all this shit down. I can just going forward, I can just take everything and divide it by 5 and say this much gold for each of you, and then.
I think coins that makes the most sense, and then non-coins we can go around round
Okay.
robin with the
The
object.
coins, I think. Does anybody have a? Does it ruin anybody's immersion if I just start giving you guys coins in gold pieces instead of silver, platinum, gold?
Nope.
No.
I don't care.
Okay, I'm already getting rid of copper and just dividing it by 10 and adding it as silver. I'm just gonna divide the silver by 10, add it as gold, and multiply the platinum by 10 and make it gold too.
Mhm.
If I do give you platinum in the future, it is just an indication that the person you got it off of, the creature you got it off of, etc., was, a little bit higher society, right? Like you wouldn't expect to see platinum on a thief or on you'd see it on a thief because they stole it from somebody. You wouldn't see
Right.
platinum on one of these red brands. But this scholarly wizard would certainly have maybe a handful of platinum on him. Especially if he came from a big city. So the only reason you'll see platinum is sort of as an RP thing. Otherwise, I can just do everything in gold, and it makes your lives easier because literally everything you'll ever buy is listed in gold pieces.
Right.
Um,
Yeah, I say we split the gold and just take turns every session with carry and loot.
okay. Lucid, did you put down that 50 gold then, or should I split that up and divvy it up?
No, go ahead and split it.
Okay, good. That's perfect. And just to be clear, you guys did not take the 55 silver and 20 gold that were sitting on the table, but you did take the gold earring? Or
No, I took
did
the
you take
gold
all-
too.
Okay, you took all that.
You left the earring, didn't you?
No, I took
No.
the earring.
Oh,
Yeah, so that we could toss it to
out to
Alan,
whoever,
those
right?
boys.
Like hey,
Yeah,
you
if it's
forgot
useful
this.
later on.
Okay. Good. That's good to know. Thank you guys. That makes my life easier. I not just having to read it out. Then I can just say, here's a bunch of stuff, and I've already added it in, or I'll add it at the end of the session. I'll try and add stuff that might be useful to you at the beginning, pre-session, and just say, hey, just hit refresh and look at your inventory, and I'll still read out what's there so it's showed up.
So, I rolled sort of a crap investigation. Is there any info that I'm looking for?
At first glance, you don't see anything, but his journal. Well, let me just go to the knowledge section here. I'll skim the highlights for you guys. His journal only appears to go back about a year. Your guess would be that this is one of many volumes, and he doesn't seem to have the others here. They might have been stored away magically, or he might have left them somewhere else. At a brief skim, the only thing you really notice from the journal, and you don't see anything about extraplanar anything, his handwriting changes from start to finish. It gets more and more erratic. There tend to be strange words written in the margins, traced over and over and over and over again. In one section, you see what you think it looks like almost dried blood. There's definitely a sense, just even skimming his journal, that he was becoming unhinged over time. The Nobles of Dralamar, the tome on the Nobles of Dralamar, is a very dry book on noble families. The page that's bookmarked is a short entry on the Trezadar family. And the journal in Dwarvish, Deebs, if you help her skim it quickly, it has some notes on the Fendelver Pact, some background history on Phandalin, and just at a glance, you read about something called the Spellforge and the Vault of Stars. The Spellforge rings a bell based on your conversation way back with Gundren. And you make a note to have a look at this in a little more detail later on.
Okay.
And that's in the Dwarven book? Sorry?
That's in the Dwarven book, yeah. It is an adventurer's journal written in Dwarvish. It's got a very, very old, cracked leather binding, and the pages are yellowed It doesn't look to be 500 years old certainly, but it's definitely probably 100 years old.
Does the book about the nobles of Dralamore have anything about Halia?
Oh, you little fucker.
Nice.
How long? Oh, wow.
So PC, calling his players
Pink?
little fucks.
It's Lucid. He can handle it. No, that's goddamn. That's
Angry magic.
I will say yes, because that's really interesting and that's a really good ask. But I don't have anything for can I write something for you for next week?
That's fine. Like we can say I asked to take that to look it over.
Oh yeah, that's fantastic. Holy crap. Yeah, I didn't even think that you wow. Do you guys want to spend some time reading these books so that I can tell you what's in them, or do you want to do that, tonight before your long rest?
Well, it's still like early morning, right? Like dawn.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. It's quite early.
So, I mean, I'd be cool with reading them.
Are you guys all okay with it?
Yeah,
Yep.
no, that's fine.
I mean, and the focus also is trying to find out if there's anything about magic or what we can do about magic.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Can we take a quick break?
Yep.
Yes.
Cool. I'll be
Good
right
call.
back. I need 5, but if you guys want to take 10, let me know.
PP time.
Yep.
5.
That was some good
Be a wizard.
I do have proficiency in that.
Well, then feel free to make an Arcana check.
It's +2, so it's probably, but it won't be worse than that sleight of hand roll I just made to see if I could have stole some spang.
nice.
Jesus, he would have killed you.
Yeah, so with that roll, you can definitely tell that a lot of his work is around breaking. Well, some of it is around creating, but most of it is around understanding and breaking abjuration magic, specifically wards and seals. And from what you can piece together, he was very definitely trying to break a powerful ward on something. Maybe some of the sigils are close enough to what he saw or what you guys saw in the blood circle that he traced to maybe indicate that was an attempt.
We should just send Deeves back into that room to cast Shatter a few more times and just fall through.
But Scribble, there is something strange about some of his work, and you can't quite put it together. But something tells you that you should maybe grab some of this and hang on to it, and maybe find somebody who can make better sense of it.
Like some of the stuff other than the books that you've mentioned.
Yeah, some of the loose parchment that he has scattered around his table, which is sort of his most recent work. You can just kind of bundle it all up and tuck it into a satchel. Possibly that waterproof satchel that you found would be a good place to stash some paperwork where it won't get ruined.
Oh,
Go ahead.
we can take it to Abra. What's her name?
Adabra?
Adabra.
Abracadabra?
Yeah.
First name Abra, last name Cadabra?
Yeah, sure. In spending this time reading journals and research papers and stuff like that, have we come across anything referencing Madric's curse specifically?
First of all, I'll ask: Are we officially back on? Is everybody here and we're good to go?
Oh, sorry, I just assumed we were all back.
Yeah, I started it. I thought we were.
Yeah, no, I assumed it was just Dark and me too because I hit my timer went off and I figured you guys are always back before me. Took a 5-minute break, Pete for 4 minutes.
Nice.
Yeah, good times.
I don't think Psalm's back.
No, I am.
Then I don't think Cumber's back. He's busy yelling at
Yes,
some
that means
kids.
we better ping him.
I had to step away, like 2 minutes into Psalm's story starting up, so I put it on my studio monitors and cranked it so that I could hear you from the kitchen because I didn't want to miss anything.
Aw.
I had to step away to get fucking Kleenex.
Yeah, well, you should have had it ready. D&D makes you cry when it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, poker had a slight taste of where I was going, so.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I the whole talking Winterwolves thing, like I'll admit, I cowered away from that whole thing when I used Winterwolves in our home campaign earlier because I just couldn't find a way to make it work.
Yeah, but we knew that they talk. We've seen other D&D that they're intelligent.
Yeah, for sure. I think we never really had an opportunity for you to interact with them, I guess.
No, not in our home campaign.
And they were a little bit more of a two-dimensional, frost giant sidekicks, right?
Mm.
So they weren't really in a mood to talk either. Frost giants they don't really have pets. They have slaves, which is basically what the Winter Wolves there were. They are companions of the frost giants, but it's not a healthy relationship. But yeah, that was some masterful storytelling. Holy shit, Psalm! Goddamn.
Thanks, man.
Oh yeah, that was beautiful.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
I mean, half of it is the story, and the other half is how much of like your heart and soul you poured into it. Right? It's not just the words; it's the emotion behind them is just amazing.
Oh yeah, I was saying earlier, it's pretty obvious how attached I get to my character. Yeah, and then I'm looking at my own personal real life Sasha, and I'm like thinking about him. So yeah.
I mean, I don't want to diminish, Hummer Noro splitting shit in half. I know he's pretty emotionally attached to that too. But yeah, that was fucking fantastic. That's like,
Yeah, unfortunately, it is so hard when you put sad puppy stories or sad kitty stories or whatever into D&D because that is my soft spot.
Oh, same.
The amount of times I've been on Pinterest or whatever and you watch, little clips like the Dodo videos about they're feel-good stories about puppies rescued off the street, but Jesus Christ, I cry every time.
For sure.
Default action.
Good times.
All right, what we doing now?
I think we're reading some books.
Yeah.
yeah, welcome back. Okay, so I will start with probably the shortest and simplest one. The tome on the Nobles of Dralamar is an incredibly dry read, and might come in handy in the future when you meet other people. So it's not a bad thing to have. Certainly will next week for Halia Thornton and her family. Although the book is somewhat old, this particular tome looks to be not in the best of shape, and it looks like it's been carried around and has, gotten wet a few times, and it looks to maybe be, 15, 20 years of age, if not older. The section on the Tresendar family is short. It becomes obvious why it's short, because they weren't seen in Dralamar for the last 500 years or so. There's a reference to them being highly regarded in the port city for several generations, instrumental early in Dralamar's growth from a small port town to a booming trade city, primarily due to their strong connections with the kingdom of Iralia on the neighboring island, which is where they originally hailed from. There's mention of a Yaldan Tresendar and his wife Reldra and son Ezrin, who left on an expedition to the Mother's Mountains to the south, leaving their family home in the hands of a trusted steward. They never returned to Dralamar. The book speculates they settled in or around the growing town of Phandalin, and it indicates that happened somewhere around 600 years ago. There's no more detail on their family in so far as their affiliation with Dralamar. The journal, written by a dwarf by the name of Ermon, tells the story of Phandalin, the surrounding area, and the Phandelver Pact. Somewhere more than 500 years ago, and it's not entirely clear in his notes how far back, clans of dwarves and gnomes in the foothills of the Mother's Mountain found a cavern that they called the Vault of Stars. They formed an agreement known as the Phandelver's Pact, agreeing to share the rich results of mining that vault. It was discovered that the vault was also an arcane conflux containing great raw magical potential. A group of human mages from the nearby city allied themselves with the dwarves and gnomes and built something called a spell forge, a magical forge upon which great artifacts would be born. The notes go on to talk about how there were many attempts to forge great artifacts that resulted in the smiths succumbing to the tempest of raw spellweave, and only the strongest, only the rarest and strongest of blacksmiths could withstand the raw magical energies that coursed through the forge. So only a few items were ever actually created, and at great cost of life. but those that were things of legend. The nearby town of Phandalin grew and prospered during that time, but disaster struck. A force of orcs swept through the hills, laying waste to all in their path. This is roughly 500 years ago. The orcs attacked Phandalin and burned it to the ground, leaving not a soul alive. They attacked the vault. Humans, dwarves, and gnomes rallied together, fought alongside each other in defense of their treasures, in defense of the forge. The ensuing spell battle brought the mountainside down, laying waste to the orcish horde, but also killing many of those involved and burying the mine. The mine was lost. Along with the last artifact, the holy mace called Lightbringer. It's rumored to lie still unfinished on the anvil of the Great Spellforge, deep within the ground. There are some additional notes that talk about some of the attempts people have made to find the Vault of Stars since then, to find this lost mine at Phandelver. No one's been successful, although a couple of expeditions think they came close. They either ran afoul of orcs or other foul creatures in their attempt, or simply ran out of resources. There is unfortunately no indication in this book of where this lost mine would be, but it's a little bit of extra knowledge that you guys didn't have prior to that. And then finally, the Journal of Albrecht Volker. Like I said before, it only covers about the last year, and your assumption is there are other volumes. The language is a somewhat archaic dialect of Common, and it's a bit of a tough read, but you manage to muddle through it as you all sort of peruse it together. It alludes in several places to events further back. Albrecht and his former master, a mage by the name of Paramon Rassendar, coming to Phandalin a few years ago. It speaks of Paramon's interest in learning more about the Trezendar family, the fate of Phandalin. After hearing that the town was being settled again and the area was relatively safe, the two traveled here. Early on in the pages of the journal, Albrecht speaks highly of Paramon, wishing his master would return from an errand he left on some time ago. But in later pages, his tone towards the old wizard changes. There's an undertone of jealousy. Eventually, he claims that Paramon was a fool, and Albrecht thinks himself the smarter man of the two. Reading this, it becomes clear that both men were convinced there is a secret hidden within the crypts beneath this manor house. Paramon specifically was convinced that Ezra's remains were not his own. The old wizard left on an errand definitely more than a year ago. It's not mentioned directly in this journal, but it's referred to a couple of times. By that point, Albrecht was too engrossed in the investigation to really much care. He mentions Madrick a couple of times. The first is when Madrick appears within the chamber, much the same way that he did for you. Albrecht's mentions of Madrick refer to him as a poor, cursed madman, but he does talk honestly about intending to follow through with helping Madrick remove his curse. The last thing he notes in the later pages of the journal, where much of his writing becomes hastily scrawled, it goes from very, very carefully written, very neat script to the musings of a madman. And as you read through the pages, you can see that Albrecht sort of descends into a maddened state. You see words and phrases repeated over again. The last 15 or 20 entries in the book, the phrase "death is not the end" appears over and over, sometimes scrawled in the margins traced over and over 10, 20 times. Strange spirals and scribbles around it that almost make your stomach turn. A couple of places there are splashes of blood across the pages. It even looks like he was using blood as ink towards the end for certain phrases, and that one keeps repeating itself. Death is not the end. Death is not the end. The final entry that involves Madrick, 15 days ago or so, he begins to speculate that perhaps Madrick's death, his true death, may even be the key to unlocking the vault that he thinks exists beneath the crypt.
Well,
We gotta slice him up again.
that's what it sounds like.
His true death, is that like his first death by the orcs, I wonder? Or actually killing him completely is the secret?
It's not clear, but you would infer that it means finding a way to finally put him to rest. Perhaps removing the curse, or
Right.
finding a way to kill him for good.
Oker, does Lunalia recognize the name Paramon? I've been looking back through every note I can find.
You're trying to find those 4 names from your book, aren't you?
Yes.
It is not one of those names. I'm certain of it. I'm almost certain. But it's not intended to be one of those 4 names.
Okay. That's fine then.
That doesn't preclude him knowing one of those 4 people, but it's definitely not one of those 4. You would have never heard this name before. With the exception of Ulrich mentioning it a couple days ago.
Right.
And that's it. That's all you find. Any questions? Is there anything else you want to look for? Anything I can clarify? I have all this written down too. If it helps to post this somewhere, I can. If you want to go back and look at it. There's not a whole lot of information in it other than the thing I want to make clear. Reading his journal, something grabbed hold of his mind. You read a year's worth of journal entries of a man going slowly insane, becoming more and more obsessed with his goal, mistrusting others, and growing paranoia.
Didn't Madrick say that, what do you mean he attacked you? Like he wouldn't hurt a fly?
Yeah. But Madrick also, you could go back and talk to him more about it, but he also, if I wasn't clear about it, sorry, he basically left him alone. The nearly a year ago when they met, when Madrick reconstituted in the crypt and ran into Albrecht there, they made a deal. Once he learned what Albrecht was doing, he basically said, fine, if you're trying to figure this place out, great. You're the first person in a long time. Why don't you figure out what's wrong with me too? I'm sure it's tied to whatever the hell secrets you're delving into. I'll leave you alone. You do your thing. Take what time you need. Let me know when you're done. And, after forming the Red Brands and whatnot, he basically made sure that they kept away from the wizard. So they've basically stayed out of his shit for the last year.
Poker, when we're doing our searches around areas, does that include like looking for like secret doors and that type of thing as well, or is that something separate that needs to be done?
Yeah, it does when you say it. I can just flat out tell you there are no secret doors here.
Okay, got it.
When you say that, do you mean in this room or in this complex?
Like in specifically like where magic is right now in that area. If there's any kind of
No. I can say, you know what, you guys have spent enough time in here, and you have, you take your time and thoroughly and carefully go over the room and find no secrets. You're pretty confident that his arcane lock on the door, he was confident that that was enough. I mean, even the chest under his bed with his, coin and gems in it, wasn't even locked.
All right, well, what do we want to do next here?
Let me just split them and find out what happens.
Well, I think if we're trying to do the castle next week, which I still think is a good idea, I mean, what other RP do you guys want to do?
Save time for planning that, right? Because there's the getting everybody together and the making sure that the timing is right. The going back and talking to Yimik or his scouts to make sure that they've had the time they need. And just making sure everybody's ready, and then figuring out, are you all traveling together, or do you plan to arrive separately? And then once you get there, is there going to be some scouting and strategy, or is it just,
I got a question about Madrick.
Yeah.
He was talking and he mentioned this curse. Was he saying it as in like he feels and knows that it's a curse that was put on him, or is he like assuming and guessing?
No, I mean, if I wasn't that clear about it, he would have told you very plainly that Ezran Tresendar cursed him, like looked him in the eye and said, it chanted something and said, "You will live on to regret your cowardice forever."
Is Ezran's sarcophagus in there?
It is. It's the one with the old man on it. So just to recap, the 4 sarcophagi that have people on them, one has an older bearded man wearing, like fine robes. One has an older, very regal looking noble woman in, very, as well as marble can convey, very, very beautiful, noble attire. A younger woman dressed a little bit more plainly, and a man in half plate armor with a marble version of the sword that Scribble currently has.
And he told us that we have to leave them alone except for the old guys. That's because that's not even his body in there.
Yeah, it's just some prick he killed and stuffed in there. I mean, you can certainly, do whatever you want, but
How do you break that kind of curse? Noro don't know magic. Noro no axe only.
Get to digging, Hummer. We got to get underneath this bitch.
That's what it seems like almost.
We gotta salt and burn the bones. So I guess the reason I'm asking, so there's no reason, it sounds like, for us to investigate the old man's sarcophagus, whatever.
Probably not with Madrick sitting in there.
No, he told us that if you want to look at that one, go nuts. It's not even him in there, but if you touch the others, you die.
Oh.
So if it's not him in there,
If it's not him in there, where is he?
yeah. Is he a spirit that still roams or something? Or an actual skeleton or something that still roams?
Is he in the crypts beneath that there seems to be no way to access?
Can ask Madrick.
That's true.
Before we do that, though, what do we want to do about this Nothic creature?
I thought you'd never ask.
So it did ask it did extend an invitation to me to talk to it again.
Don't fall for it, Solmia. Tried to get me to talk to it, and it just wanted to eat my face.
True,
Do you want to try
But
talking to it, Solmia? And I'll back you up.
but
Whoops.
it sounds like it was eating last night.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's
maybe it won't be.
Like
I was gonna
as
ask, does anything look
aggro.
strange around this rebel?
It's always hungry.
This thing is. I mean, it obviously is going to try and kill anyone that are by themselves. It sounds like.
Yeah, we should go as a group.
It's evil. It's gotta die.
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
I'm-
there we go.
I'm with Scribble.
Damn it!
Is there
Booger.
anything? Is there anything weird about the rubble?
I mean, if you look at it in the right light, it is kind of gray-ish.
There is that rat thing. Like what?
Well, yeah,
the
that's
hell
what
is
I'm
that
curious
about?
about. There's no way that's just a normal rat.
I
No.
totally forgot about the rat.
Oh gosh.
As you guys are in this room, reading and whatnot, you hear a little squeak, and you look in the corner and see the rat. Linelia and Scribble. It was dark the night before, but you're certain this is the same rat based on its behavior. It stops and it kind of cocks its head and looks at you and squeaks. It's off in a corner by the side of the bookshelf while you were in the room.
Right.
Well, now I want to cast comprehend languages so I can understand what it's saying. Can I? Does that work on a rat?
No.
Mm,
However,
Doesn't one of you druids have animal?
yes.
Okay. Don't one of you earthbenders speak?
I have animal
Speak critter.
friendship.
Do you literally just call everybody that can cast a spell on Earthbender?
That's kind of the sense that I get from Noro.
Yes, I do. Technically, Goliaths have, I guess, shamans and druids were called Skywatchers, according to the wiki. But let's just say that's my bitter name that I give them instead. Dirtbenders.
Yeah, so that's if we see the rat, that's what she's going to cast. Speak with animals.
All right, you cast the spell. And what do you say?
I say, hello again, little one. You seem to keep coming around. Is there something we can help you with?
Its head shifts the other way, and it just squeaks again. And there are no words. It's just a squeak. There's a strangeness to its squeak now that you've cast the spell. It's almost like hearing a word in language you don't understand. There is almost a second voice behind the squeak.
If only I also had comprehend languages.
No, it's not a different language. It's something different entirely. Like casting the spell brought you a second sound to its quote unquote voice, but it's not words.
But I can't understand it.
Correct.
Okay.
Ooh.
Which would lead you to believe that it is not a beast.
But it just looks like a regular rat.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. She's going to approach it very cautiously. She doesn't want to scare it.
It gets up on its hind feet and its little nose wiggles back and forth as it sniffs the air. But it looks at you.
She'll pull some snacks out of her pocket.
It definitely
And offer
perks up at the sight of food.
Offer it some food.
It takes it. Do you try and hand it to it, or do you just drop it on the ground for it?
No, she'll put it on the ground in front of her a little bit and pull her hand back.
You do, and it watches you for 10 seconds or so, and then cautiously, one foot in front of the other, paws closer to it, and then reaches out and grabs it with its little front paws, its little hands, feet, and starts hungrily eating it. It squeaks again.
You seem very different from normal rats, little one. Are you the one that some of us saw last night?
It looks at you, and then its nose wiggles, and it looks at Scribble, and it just pips out a little squeak again. And it runs over to Scribble, and Scribble, it runs up your leg and up onto your shoulder.
Ooh.
That's fucking weird.
Do you have the staff slung on your back, or is it in your hand?
It's on my back.
The rat is sniffing at the staff. And then after a few seconds of doing that, it just kind of settles onto your shoulder and just perches there.
Oh.
Oh,
It's
This is
about
gonna
to
be-
get beat.
I just pictured Noro carrying Scribble on his shoulder while the rat is on Scribble's shoulder.
Scribble's like, sweet, it comes with a snack.
So was it sniffing around the staff?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna just pull the staff off my back and then just hold it out. And then just see its reaction.
The rat watches you unsling the staff and hold it out. Just it's watching intently, and then it just turns and looks at you and squeaks again.
you know, I believe I have read maybe in one of my father's books something about wizards having familiars. Maybe this was the wizard's familiar.
Oh.
Familiar?
I don't know it at all.
That's the rat.
Is that the case, little one? Were you the wizard's familiar?
It sort of looks at you, and its little head and shoulders sort of bob up and then back down and squeaks again. So, Scribble, you have a pet rat for as long as you can keep it alive.
Damn it.
Wait,
That's
when
kinda
he
cool.
first rolled up, wasn't he supposed to have a pet something?
Yeah, I got rid of it.
Well, apparently you didn't.
Came back.
Wait, do you see me carrying a mouse tooth around? I'm gonna give you guys a sad story.
Oh, man.
That's terrible. You guys are gonna one of these days you're gonna look and there's gonna be a little hole carved in the end of the staff and a little dead rat hanging by its tail from it.
Oh, it's horrible.
Oh.
It's gonna be dangling from the staff.
Like those girls that have those cell phone trinkets.
Oh, God.
So can I make, like, I don't know, an intelligence check or something to... She's tried talking to it. It doesn't really give any clear answers. It's obviously not a normal beast. Is there anything that she could think of to do, or that any of us could do to figure out what is going on with this rat?
I mean, your line of thinking that it's possibly, Albrecht's familiar is on point, and that's canon from your backstory for sure. You would have seen a wizard's familiar before, or at least
Right.
your father's journal would have spoken of it.
Mhm.
Those of you with I don't know, Scribble, you can make another Arcana check to sort of understand what it's all about. So, based on that, from either past experience or I guess, at some point, Scribble would have done some research, had access to a few books or maybe had met somebody who had taught him a few things in their arcane ways, in addition to just his innate senses, you would know that some wizards prefer to have familiars. There is a spell used to summon them. They are not real insofar as it's not a beast. They're usually a celestial fae or a fiend, and they inhabit the form or take the form of an animal. They're, for the most part, not any more intelligent than the animal they mimic. Um, but they share a bond with their master. You wouldn't really know what would happen to a familiar if its master died. But your guess is this.
Or the master isn't dead.
Oh no, he dead.
Well, maybe his soul's not dead. Maybe, we don't know. There's a million things it could be. It's D&D after all.
Yeah.
Curious to ask Magic about the body that is not.
Sorry, I didn't catch the first bit of that.
I'm curious to know what, if we can ask Magic about the sarcophagus where it's not the old man.
Yeah, you sure could.
Unless you have anything else in mind or talk to this thing up here.
Yeah, you definitely don't have to move your tokens around the map. I mean, it's just
Too late.
Sort of remind you where everything is. You go looking for Madrick, and you actually find him in the room with a large cistern, and he's opened a barrel. He's produced a tin cup from somewhere. He's cracked the lid of a barrel and has dipped some ale out of it and is eating an apple. You can see he's got a couple other crates that he's gotten into.
Thieves, why aren't you screaming ale?
It's been tainted by evil.
He hasn't had his breakfast brew.
I'm focused on one eye.
Yeah, so Lunalia will go down. If he's just down around the corner in the cistern room, then she'll go down and just ask about...
Like, you get close, the door stands open, you can hear him in there.
Yeah, so she'll just, she'll say... you spoke about the one sarcophagus that doesn't have its original inhabitant in it. Where is he?
I don't know. I spent a while thinking about that, but gave up thinking after a while. Didn't get me very far. Was hoping Albrecht would figure it out,
But you watched the man die, yes? Or you know him to be dead?
Not exactly. I never found his body. I found the others. I found them where I left them. And I put them to rest. I couldn't find him. I thought maybe he went above and made a valiant stand, I thought. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I was sure he died. There was no one left in this town. They burned the buildings to their foundations. Left people disemboweled in the streets. Worse. I couldn't see how he would have survived.
Is it possible he made his way down to the crypts below this place and either escaped or met his end down there?
Aye, that's what I thought. For a while, but...
Do you know of a way to get down there? I know that's what the wizard was looking into, but... We've also had a look around, and there seems to be no entrance to get below.
And he just kind of looks at you with this dumbfounded look on his face. And he just says, "That's what the fucking wizard was trying to figure out. If I'd known, I would have just told him." No, I don't know.
Right, okay, good chat, Madrick. You stay here. And she'll head back with the others.
Can I do a meanwhile type thing while she was doing
Yeah,
that?
absolutely. Madrick does say one thing as you're leaving. He says, "When are we going? I'm fucking bored."
She'll just shrug as she walks away.
Right, I guess I'll see you there, then I might as well set out. Sorry, go ahead, Solm.
Yeah, so I guess while Lunalia was chatting up with Madrick, I'd like to look at Deebs and be like, Daddy Deebs, I feel like I can maybe get somewhere with that thing. Will you just kind of be in the background?
I'll keep an eye.
All right. So yeah, so poker, I'd like to approach the Nothic in a non-threatening manner, and just say greetings again in Undercommon.
How close do you want to get to it?
No,
Don't say within 20 feet.
yeah. Oh, what was the distance of that spell? No, I don't know, poker. I guess close enough to where he can hear me.
All right. You get down towards the end of the. Here, I'll just. I'll throw you somewhere about there. Down towards the end of the finished hallway, to where the rough floor of the cave starts. And in the dim light that filters into the cave, you look around at first. You don't see him. Then you catch the movement of a form back here, and you can see him. He has something small, maybe a small chest or box, that he's removed from the rubble there, and he's got the lid open. And when he hears you walk up, you hear the lid snap shut, and he quickly stuffs it back underneath the pile of rubble. That eye turns around quickly, glittering in the dim light. You hear its voice in your head. You again. I don't remember what his voice sounded like.
Yeah, close enough.
Yeah, exactly.
You hear those strange cackles and whispers. It's almost like you hear him talking in the background, overdubbed in sort of mad whispers and mutterings at the edges of your consciousness.
Yeah, something I'm very much used to.
You can see there's gore on the ground around him. What's left of a human rib cage. There's a bloody skull sitting on top of the pile of stones, and there's blood and gore all over this thing's face and claws. What? Did you bring me more to eat?
I don't believe there's any more to eat, and I'm saying this all in Undercommon, by the way. I don't believe there's any more to eat. I have some trail rations that you're welcome to.
And if you're speaking out loud in Undercommon, it switches to speaking out loud.
Okay. So Deebs would be able to understand then, right?
Yep.
Cool.
It takes a hesitant step towards you, still staying at the edge of the light. I smell blood on you all. Some yours and some others.
Unfortunately, the wizard ended up exploding.
Shame. A good friend he was. Kept this lonely one company for a while. We'd hoped a while longer. But alas, you didn't eat him, did you?
We did not.
I could make him go away for you. Yes? it would be worth very much to me. We would be most pleased.
So I think at that point I'll start talking to him in my head because I don't want to offend Daddy Deebs. So so then I'll think in my head, the one behind me wouldn't appreciate me offering that to you, but let's just say I won't stop you once we leave. He's in the crypt, and you're welcome to it. Can I ask you a couple questions?
The lights burn low. The others, they've left. I don't hear them. I don't smell them. Matrix's still here, though. We hate that one. Poor company he's been for a very long time. Takes a step closer to you. Tell me, what is it you wish? What do you seek? And I need you to make a deception check.
Oh, if he's trying to steal a thought from me, I won't roll against it.
Okay.
Because I'm just used to this.
Natural 20.
Oh well.
Many things there are on your mind.
So at that feeling poker, can I just say you're welcome to explore my thoughts? You're not the first to invade my mind, but isn't just a conversation
If
more fun?
If its glaring round eye could open wider, it seems to as it peers into you. You feel that push in your mind as it roots around a bit. Troubled. Troubling. Interesting. You must come back and let me have a look around later, after you've done some more interesting things. We will consider this payment. What is it you wish to learn from me?
So Madrick and the wizard seem to indicate that there's crypts below where we're standing. Are you aware of this?
Oh, we are all too aware of what lies beneath, of who lies beneath, although we do not know why or how we know these things. It looks around, its eye flicks from side to side. It looks confused. It looks back at you. No matter. Yes. Ezrin.
Might you...
The old wizard had something beneath, a sanctum, a place he would go.
Could you maybe show me how I could get there?
We do not know. Or do we? I do not know. It is troubling. Troubling indeed. We must think on this.
This thing crazy.
It takes another tentative step towards you, sort of crouch down against the wall, making itself small.
So I'm going to hearken back to memories of my party telling me things they might want to know. Is there anything that I would remember, party, that we might get out of the Nothic?
He mentioned Ezrin, didn't he? Just now?
Ezrin, who was the patriarch of the Trezendar family at the time of their fall.
Right, he's the one who is not in his coffin.
Right. So Ezrin Tresendar would have been the young boy who left Dralamar with his father and mother, and they came here and for some reason, obviously, were fairly well to do, built this manor house, etc. And you know, at the time of um, at the time of his supposed death, you imagine Ezrin would have been fairly old, based on the bearded older man on the coffin lid.
But this thing, so that's who he was talking about. He said Ezrin was below.
Yeah, he basically said Ezrin had a sanctum below here, where he would go sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, really, the only thing Lunali is interested in getting out of him is there a way down there? And if there is, who knows how to get to it?
I try to think back of memories of my other party. If anybody was
Hint.
seeking information. Yeah, hint fucking hint.
Hey guys, remember that conversation we had 10 minutes ago where we decided what I'd ask the Nothic? Can you remind me of what you said?
Yes, exactly.
Ask him where Edrin's buried, if he knows. Or what happened to him.
So I'll remember that Deebs wanted me to ask the thing that, and I'll ask in my head.
Buried is an interesting word. Interesting, but wrong. So wrong. He lies not beneath the ground, although he lives beneath it.
That's the guy who wrote the Dwarven book?
No, the old wizard, right?
That's the same guy we're talking about, Ezra.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. The guy who wrote the Dwarven book is not important. It's just an adventurer's journal.
Okay.
It just happens to be written in Dwarvish. Ezra lies not beneath the ground, although he lives beneath it. We speak with him from time to time when he is lonely, when he wishes to remind me of what I am.
And what are you?
Failure. At least, it is what he tells me I am. I have no memory. Only the memories of others that I have taken or been given.
Do you remember, or has anyone called you a name? Do you have a name?
No. No. You can see its head starts to sort of shake back and forth, its shoulders shiver. No name. No name. No memory. No.
Well, how about I give you a name then? I shall call you Shiny. Do you like that name?
Make a persuasion check. With advantage, because you've been so nice to it.
Alright, see if that works.
Scribble got himself a pet. You just got to have one too.
I was trying to get some info out of this guy.
It puts one clawed hand down on the ground. It's sort of down Gollum style, and it crawls towards you a little bit closer. It is acceptable. Shiny. But only you may call me that. Yes.
Well, Shiny.
Let it be written. Shiny.
So then, sensing I don't think I'm going to get anywhere with him, or get any further at this time, I'm basically going to say, if there's a place where you hide, you should probably go there. I can't control what my party will do, but I will make sure I visit you later. I know what it means to be lonely.
We would appreciate the company. Deebs, I need you to make a deception check.
Oh, not bad.
Ooh, I rolled a natural 1.
Nothing in that brain of Deebs.
Its eye flips over to look at Deebs, and
Heyo.
Deebs, you hear a push in your mind, and it's the mad whispers of this creature. But you manage to stand firm against it and have no thoughts.
Oh, I have a thought. I immediately, I think of my Warhammer bashing its head in.
I was gonna say, in your conversation 10 minutes ago, was Noro like, ask it how it wants to die?
I'm basically trying to plant a seed to maybe do a future side quest.
Well, this thing literally just told you it still talks to Ezran.
Yeah.
Right.
It may
Right.
be absolutely insane and making that up, but
Yes. Something to maybe do on a future
yeah.
visit.
Well, yeah, I mean, if it's talking to Ezran, either Ezran is coming up from somewhere, or this thing knows how to get down and either can't remember, doesn't want to say, has temporarily forgotten.
Right. So then I'll just say, go on. Quickly now, Shiny. I'll be back.
What are we doing, Somalia? We're letting it go?
Somalia?
Somalia?
Yeah. Somalia?
Deebs, how much of that morning brew did you have today?
Can't get any worse than
I'm
that.
going. I'm going to the doctor.
Somalia responds with Daddy Deebs. He seems to have some good information, but not right now. I think it's better if we. I know I understand you want to have vengeance, but maybe we should just go and deal with the sleepy giant people now.
Damn it, Deebs, I peed a little.
Oh man.
Look what Peas has done to you, Deebs.
I don't know. I need more sleep or something.
Do you ever call the cat your wife's name and
No.
vice versa?
You're either too drunk or not drunk enough.
Oh boy.
Next week he'll call you salami. He'll start just, calling Scribble Doodle.
Fucking doodle. The Nothic slinks back into the shadows. You can see it continually hides, it lays low around this rock pile where it has something hidden.
Just go
So-
Debo it and take it.
I would assume at this point Lunelli is probably back with us.
Yeah, she would have moved up to where Scribble is.
Yeah. So maybe we should all just head out now.
You guys have a couple of different ways you can leave. You could go up the stairwell up to the surface and come out of the ruins, or you could go back the way you came in.
How did Madrick leave?
I mean, you're not certain that he has left yet, but
Okay.
he did tell Linalia that, he knows where the castle's at, and he's just going to go.
At least someone does, because we don't know the way.
Well, but goblins that do.
Yeah.
All right, so you all pack up your recently found items and your pet rat.
I don't want that rat.
Well,
I'm gonna shoo it away.
are you actually going to actively try and shoo it away from you?
Yeah.
All right. You spend some time, shooing it off your shoulder and trying to get it to stop following you. Eventually, it climbs up onto Linalia's shoulder and just sits there, unless she.
Oh,
Yeah, she's gonna hand it another cracker.
And it
Scribble, what are you doing?
it eats your crackers. Whatever you give it, it eats, but it keeps watching Scribble.
She's gonna copy the rat. She's just gonna keep watching Scribble.
Oh, look, Scribble, now you have 2 pets.
I'm out.
Got my loot. Peace. I'll just take a second here and yoink. Yoinks and away. Back to the town map we go.
We escaped.
Oh man, I ate too much junk food.
We have junk food?
rip.
Well, we did. Now we don't.
All I had was pizza. As you find yourselves back in the town proper,
Are we supposed to be on the town map?
I put you on the town map, yeah. I'm just changing the audio to town audio. What would you like to do and where would you like to go? Just to recap, the Thaddeus, Tal, and the other Red Brands are supposedly back at the Sleeping Giant. Harbin Wester, you're not sure where he went. Last Solmia saw him, he was backing up a bunch of stuff and I think mentioned something about going into hiding until this was all over. You've left the Stonehill family at the inn, as well as... I don't recall if anybody else had gone back to the inn, and you're not sure where Gariel took the others that you'd rescued. Sorry, Elmar Barthen's at the inn, and you can assume that Gariel took the others back somewhere safe, either to their homes or to the inn or somewhere.
FYI, I'm still on the crypt map.
Are you still not moving with the party?
Nope.
Oh, man, you aren't. Hang on. Let's see if I can fix this.
She lives there with that rat.
Okay, now
And
I'm going to move
shiny.
everybody to the manor map. Did you guys move?
Yep.
Okay, and then
Yes.
back to the town map.
Yep.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so just FYI, on my screen the maps are across the top, and what I do is I have a player's bookmark that I can drag from map to map. But I can also grab an individual player from like the little webcam pictures at the bottom and drag them onto a map individually, so I could split the party and have 2 fights at the same time or whatever. Once I do that, they're a little icon on that map, and then I have to actually drag it back and put it on the player's bookmark to pin them to that. So that's what I was testing. That seems to work. Cool. Okay. Yeah, next time I do any testing, I'll put my test account back on so I don't screw that up. It's just sometimes it's hard to build this stuff out and do like fog of war and dynamic lighting and stuff and see what the player sees, because I always see a lot more. The town is yours, and it is late morning. What do you all wish to do?
Just turn to the party and ask, so what's our plan? We leave tomorrow? Question mark.
Were we gonna leave today?
I think we were going to start making our way out today. Because don't we need to like get in contact with the goblins and make sure that they've done what they were gonna do or something?
Yeah, that's what I was. Yeah. hmm So I talked to Wheeze before. I mean, I could start heading that way separately if you guys wanted to fix things up in town.
What do we need to fix up in town?
Well, sorry, I didn't mean like literally fix things up, but you know, if there's other people to talk to or whatever.
There's nobody that Lunalia really needs to talk to. I mean, she does want to make sure that all the bandits haven't headed up to the castle on their own. I would imagine that they're not, because they're not going to do anything until we get there. They don't want to stick their necks out. but maybe we should make sure that Madrick doesn't meet up with his boys and try and kill them for like abandoning him.
I want to check and make sure Lanine and everyone that we rescued are okay. How they're doing.
Hummer needs to definitely check on Lenine. Or
I'm
excuse me,
gonna
Noro.
I thought his girl was up at the windmill.
Oh,
Choices.
Yeah, so I mean, we can, as a group, just go to the inn. I'm assuming we had all of our stuff with us when we headed out to the ruins.
I mean, I can't imagine you would have taken your traveler's packs with you, but if you want, it's not a big deal.
Well, then, yeah. I mean, then Lunalia would want to go back and get her stuff, because I'm going to assume we're probably going to be camping in the woods at some point tonight.
And if you guys wanted to do anything other than, sleep on the ground on a bedroll, you can, and we don't have to RP this, but you can just tell me, hey, I want to go buy a tent or a couple of tents or whatever, just to remind you guys, looking at the region map here, we're talking about, come on, it's not loading for me.
I see it.
It's really low res. It's taking a while for it. There we go. The castle is in the Wayriding Grove here, which is the units on the map. The hexes on the map are 5 miles, so 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. You could make it in 2 days if you went back to Low Valley Road and actually crossed the river at the bridge. You could shave a little bit of time off trying to cross the Edelwine River, just trying to ford it, but it might be a bit dangerous. It's basically a 2-day trip there.
Right.
If you follow the roads. And then you just stray off the road 5 miles into the grove and then look for the clearing where the castle is.
was I gonna meet up with Wheeze back at Kragma, or were we gonna?
Yimik?
Sorry, yeah, Emic.
You might see Wheeze. I haven't given up on Wheeze. He's out there somewhere.
But yeah, sorry. Was I supposed to? Were we supposed to talk at the hideout, or?
Yeah, so he
tomorrow?
left some scouts at the ambush point at the road, which the other 3, when you 2 went to the windmill, the other 3 ran into, and they basically let them know that it's not time yet, but they'll be there waiting when it is, and they'll either have a message for you, or can take a message back to him, or can just take you guys all back to their hideout to talk.
I see.
So they're, the long and short of it was, give me at least 3 days and then, come see my guys.
Oh, okay, cool.
And we'll figure it out from there.
Nora wants to go and buy some healing potions, if that's possible.
I have 2 healing potions.
I think he means a healer's kit.
Oh, yes. Healer's kit. Just in case I need to help somebody be stabilized in this battle. And actually, you know what? If I can have one of those healing potions, that would be great too.
I think you guys just pulled another one tonight too.
We did.
Yeah, in that bag that Lucid got.
Out of the waterproof
Yeah,
satchel.
there's a
right?
healing potion and an invisibility potion.
Healing and invisibility, correct. Yeah. Who am I giving those to Solmia along with the rest of the stuff as the loot keeper for this week?
Yeah, you
Yep.
can. That's fine.
Yep, and then I can.
I'm just having a look at where the hell did I? Here we go. I'm just gonna so if you don't have to do it now, but before next week's session, if you wanted to pick up any adventuring gear, the easiest place to go is just the equipment tables and rules section in D&D Beyond. There's a link to it in our resources page under handy lists. There's also a filterable list there. Anything under basic adventuring gear is probably going to be available, as long as it's, under 25 gold pieces. If there's something, like you're not going to find potions of healing at any of the 3 vendors in town. Adabra is an alchemist, and may have some, or may be able to make some for you if you give her some lead time. But the rest of the stuff, like a tent, a tinderbox, torches, rope, lanterns, healing kits, all of that stuff, readily available at one of the 3 places in town. Less legal stuff, things like forgery kits, thieves' tools, that sort of thing, which, by the way, you can use thieves' tools even if you're not proficient in them. You just don't get a proficiency bonus. So not a terrible thing to get something like that. Halia's already proven that she has access to some of the less kindly looked upon goods. So feel free to look at that stuff, in between sessions, and start of next session, let me know, or even between now and then, let me know, hey, I want to buy this, and you just mark the gold off, and we add it to your character sheet, and you're good to go.
Right on.
So I heard check on the people you rescued, make sure that the red brands are in the loop, and go talk to Yimik or his scouts. Maybe in that order. Maybe see the red brands first. They are on your way back into town at the Sleeping Giant. Do you guys want to just stop in real quick and have a chat?
So,
can.
something just to point out, it's like 11:15. So, do we want to just do the town stuff and then next week start with Yimik?
Perfect. Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, if
I think so.
you guys wanted to wrap in the next 15 minutes, I don't have a lot to do. If you just want to do the town stuff, that's perfect.
Yeah, I'm fine with whatever.
Yeah, I want to have a quick convo with Ulrich, but we can maybe do that next week before heading out.
Well, I mean, I don't.
Oh, dude, let's do the town stuff.
Yeah, I don't have anything else on my agenda. Anything you do this week that firms up what's going to happen next week is super helpful for me. So,
actually, this will work because I don't want to really talk to the red brands anyway. So,
okay,
whoever can go there, and I'll go to Ulrich during that time.
Who's going to stop by and see the red brands?
If Tal's in there, I definitely want to.
Damn.
All right. So, Solmia, on the group's way back, you split off to head to the Sleeping Giant. Deebs, you head back towards the Stonehill Inn to look after the others and find Ulrich. What are the rest of you doing?
I'd like to go to the Miners Exchange.
Cool. Noro and Linalia?
I'm gonna go
Where are you going? Sorry.
with Deebs.
Okay, if you're going with Deebs, then I will go with Solmia.
All right. Solmia and Linalia, you head to the Sleeping Giant, and as you enter the establishment, a few of the red brands within turn, and swords are half drawn and then quickly resheathed. You see Tal and Thaddeus sitting at that same table where Madrick was at. Tal sitting in Madrick's old seat. He smiles as you two walk in.
Hey there, Tal. How are you?
All right. I trust things went well.
Well, Madrick is apparently going to help us now, so maybe just a heads up.
An eyebrow raises, and Thaddeus sitting next to him. The fuck you mean he's helping you?
I offered him the same deal I've offered all the rest of y'all.
He looks at Tal. I don't like this. Come on, Thad. It'll be fine. I take it he's going his own way there. There's no way he's going to want to see us again.
That is what he said.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see him at the end of a sword at some point. That should be fun.
He didn't seem happy that you guys had, in his words, abandoned him or jumped ship.
He chuckles and looks at Thad and says, that man's never been happy a day in his life. At least not recently. I'm sure it'll be fine. We just have to watch our backs. Right? Thaddeus looks at him with a sort of shifty look. He's beginning to look nervous. I don't like it. But sounds like I don't have much of a choice. So when are we off?
It seems our friends are wrapping things up here in town, and we should be heading off shortly. And then I'll also say to Tal, I do hope that you watch your back. Not in a threatening way, right? Like, be careful.
Watch your back, because I like looking at your butt.
Well, yeah, and he nods and smiles broadly and just says, I mean, I'd prefer it if you watched it for me, but... well, we'll see.
Okay. I'll look at
just like, huh?
Yeah, I'll look at Lunalia and say, do you want to say anything else to these guys?
No. I think we're good. We've warned them about Madrick. Told them when we're heading out. I think we're good.
You're a couple short. No dwarf, no bird, big man.
Yeah, they're off doing their own thing.
Right. Suppose you have a map to this place, or we just traveling with you? Not a real big fan of that.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah, I was going to say, to be honest, I don't think Deeb's going to be a big fan of that either.
Yeah, I totally agree.
I mean, you have a general location for this place.
Well, we also know that we're going to be, like, the goblins definitely know where this place is, and we're going to be meeting up with them before we head directly to the castle, right?
Yeah, I think that's what the plan was. Meet up with Yemek and head to the castle.
Fucking goblins. Right then. We'll get the boys ready. We can move tomorrow morning if that works for you. Come with you, meet your goblins. We go our own way. Meet up at the castle. Good?
That work for you, Lunalia?
I think so. I mean, I don't even know that you need to come with us necessarily to meet the goblins. Just head on down the road, maybe right where the two roads meet. Wait there, camp nearby, and wait for our signal or wait for us to come by. I don't know. I don't want to speak for the group and say, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know what to tell them either.
Tal says, that sounds reasonable. Just don't leave us hanging for too long. The boys might wander off or get in some trouble. Wouldn't want that to happen.
I promise I will not leave you hanging, Tal.
Lunalia's just looking at her like, huh?
He glances at Thaddeus and just says, these kids are a lot more fun to work with than that old grumpy bastard, eh?
You have a couple of airhead druids.
Thaddeus just shakes his head. I don't fucking like any of them. There better be some good money in that castle. No fucking risk for my boys.
Well, with no risk, there's no reward. Isn't that what they say?
By the way, you glance around the room, and from what you see, it's the two of them and 5 others that are obviously red brands. Just by their attire, you recognize most of them. You see Bootless Jim and a couple of the others. You're not certain entirely.
Jim.
That's his name now. Bootless Jim.
Oh, right. Of course.
They actually, you know what? They all have names, and I'm adding that one to the list. God damn it.
That's fucking awesome.
Because that's what they call him now, Bootless Jim.
Remember when that Goliath stole your boots, you dumbass?
Oh. Yeah. Tal, Thaddeus, Albert, Kingston, L, Roger, Harold, Carlo, and Bootless Jim.
The rest of them need nicknames.
They'll get them.
Amazing.
Yeah, fucking Bootless Jim.
Yeah, so Lunaliel's just gonna say, we'll see you down the road, then tomorrow.
I'll fall behind her that old road.
Deebs, Noro. You head back towards the Stonehill Inn, and when you get there, you find that Ulrich is standing outside, seemingly standing guard. As you two round the corner, he sees you and nods. It's good to see you too.
Ulrich, good to see you. I wanted to bring you up to speed on what's happening.
Likewise. He looks around. It's been quiet. The Red Brands, what's left of them, are in the sleeping giant down the way. Don't seem to have bothered anyone.
Well, the Red Brands are going to be coming with us to the castle.
You aren't serious, are you?
I'm 100% serious. Trust me, I don't like the idea, but we need the reinforcements.
We best talk. Come on in. He bangs on the door, and you can hear the door is unbolted from the inside. As it swings open, you see the young bailiff inside. What was his name? Jeffrey. Jeffrey the bailiff. Right there, Mr. Ulrich. Come on in. I'll stand watch. And he steps outside. As you guys go in, Ulrich bolts the door behind him. Good lad. I found him hiding out in the townmaster's hall. The townmaster seems to have disappeared. Left the poor kid all by himself.
Well, it's funny you should mention that because I have another proposal for you. But first, what did you want to say?
Are you fucking serious?
Look, I'm not a fan of it either. But we need the man. There it is. We need the manpower. I don't know what other choice we have. Trust me, they turn on us at all, they get my warhammer. They promise as long as they get loot out of the deal, they'll move on.
They're gonna get Gundren killed. I know it. Or they're gonna turn tail and run at the first sight of any real fight.
Get the goblins to know that these thieves are on our side too.
Look, you take responsibility for them. I trust you. I have to. But I'm not happy with this. First the goblins and now this. Sorry, it's been a rough couple of days. I owe all of you my life. And I suppose to put it in your hands once again is not the end of the world. Right then, when do we go?
We head out tomorrow. We'll meet the goblins, we'll meet the red brands, and we'll move to the castle.
You hear a voice from across the way at the foot of the stairs. Darren Ettermath, looking rested, bandaged around the midsection with his shirt, unbuttoned partway down. You can see a fair amount of bloodied bandages wrapped around him. A weak smile on his face. He says, I should be ready to go by tomorrow. Ulrich, it'll be fine. It's better the Red Brands are with us than here in town, right? Tell me, Deebs, did you deal with their leader?
Well...
So actually what it was.
what had happened was, the way my checking and savings works. We managed to take care of Magic, but as you know, he actually returned this morning.
Oh, so the legend is true then.
The legend is true. He is cursed.
That's fantastic.
We actually made a deal with him as well to help. My hope is he and the Red Brands kill each other. But he is going with us as well to the castle.
I must say, you and your friends are quite entertaining. I don't think I've had this much fun in a very, very long time. Right, Ulrich? Ulrich just looks at him, just shakes his head. I'm going outside. I'll be ready to travel tomorrow.
Wait, Ulrich says that?
Yeah.
Wait, Ulrich, wait. There's something I wanna run by you.
You should make Ulrich do the Deebs.
he just turns around. He's like, more.
Listen. I agree with you. I'm not a fan of this at all. My party feels it's probably the best way, and honestly, I don't know what else we can do. We don't have the manpower.
No.
However,
he's right. He's I hate to say it, but he's right. It's better they're with us than here in the town causing trouble, especially after what they pulled.
there's once this is all over and done with, and we rescue Gundren, I was wondering what you would think about taking over as town master of this town. I would also like to try and get a militia here to assist these townspeople so they don't have to deal with the Red Brands ever again.
Make a persuasion check.
I like it, Deebs.
Not bad. He looks at you, maybe surprised that you said something far more sensible than your previous words. From across the room, Darren says, I mean, have you met Ulrich? He's a right grumpy bastard. He's standing right in front of you. You think anyone would listen to him?
He's a perfect politician.
Well, my friend, I think we found you a new job. So much for retirement, eh? Ulrich just looks at you and shakes his head. We'll talk about this when our friend is safe. It's not the worst idea I've ever heard.
And I have ideas for the militia and how we can pay for it and so on, but we can discuss it later.
Generally with money, which I have some access to. Look, I will be honest. Part of the reason I came here was to determine whether or not this town was viable, and if it was, bring word back to Dralamar, or at least send word back for some funding, supplies, and perhaps manpower to defend the place. And what I've seen, this place needs it. It's clear to see that with the lack of law, folk like the Red Brands have the run of the town. Sure, I suppose I can go sit at a desk for a few weeks until things are sorted. I don't expect it to be a long-term thing, though. And I suppose we should speak to the townsfolk. Do you have a plan at all of... I mean, I'm not... What of the existing townmaster? I mean, I've heard some things. Darren certainly gave me an earful about what he's all about.
The existing townmaster is a piece of shit. But
Well,
we can have a
putting it bluntly,
official vote. We can have the townspeople involved, of course. But I think it'll be best for the town overall.
Darren walks up and there's a little bit of a limp to his step. Well, then I think it's settled. Sir Townmaster? Don't even start. No, the dwarf has a good idea. We should put our heads together maybe while we're on the road and come up with a better plan of attack to get all this done. Deebs will have to collect some of your ideas and come up with a pitch to the townfolk if we're going to put it to a vote. And Ulrich, perhaps you should write a letter back home and make sure that your benefactors know what's going on here. As for me, I should be good to travel tomorrow. I could go today, but honestly, I could use another meal and a drink before we set out.
Aye, ale for everyone!
At
He
this
really,
point,
he really does not get quieter, does he?
at this
Nope.
point, Alia and Solmia have, come skipping down the road from the inn. Yep, everything's great. They're on board. So I would head back to the inn anyway.
Yeah.
Well, all back at the inn, except for Scribble. We'll switch to Scribble. You go to see Halia, and you find the Miners' Exchange open at this time of morning. And, as is usual, a couple of old, dirty miners, sitting on the porch out front, chit-chatting.
All right, I'll just walk in, and is Hallie at her normal station?
She isn't, but the tall, balding gentleman who runs the scales sees you and just nods. Walks over and knocks on a door. The door opens and she comes out. Ah, my friend. What can I do for you today? Or perhaps what you can do for me?
I just nod and kind of say, yes, we should talk.
In private?
Yes.
Right this way. She takes you back through the door into a small office with a large bookshelf just covered with all sorts of books and tomes. There's a large cabinet, locked doors, a modest desk covered with paperwork. and a half-empty wine glass on it, even at this time of morning.
Shit, maybe she's Deeb's woman.
No, man, nobles drink, like all the time. She sits back into a large, comfortable leather-bound chair. Says, please, take a seat. So what do you have for me?
So she had asked about the town master, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, who owns the town master? Who does he work for? And you had left
And-
her a spider.
Sorry, say that again.
You had left her a spider. I don't know if, to me, that was intent to tell her who he was working for, but
Right. Was I there whenever the town master had disappeared, or like had picked up his stuff and looked like he was leaving?
no, I think that was just Solmia who'd gone back to talk to him.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
but
makes sense.
I would have shared it though, right?
All right, so I'll ask her if she understood my little illusion about the spider.
Unmistakably, yes. It explains a great deal. It doesn't explain why he would run off. You know he's hiding in Quillian Alderleaf's barn, right? Well, that's what I've heard anyway. So if you're looking for him, or your friends are looking for him, that's where you might find him.
And so I want to kind of just explain that he mistook Solm for an emissary, or I guess, of the spider.
That's delicious. What a delightful ruse. Tell me, does he still believe it? And she isn't really?
Well, since I said mistook,
I may have misjudged your dark-skinned friend. Perhaps I should have another chat with her.
I'm not sure where she is. So then I want to ask if she knows about the two specific red brand, the Tal and what's the other guy's name?
Yes.
Thaddeus.
Well, Thaddeus isn't really my type. I don't think I'd be caught dead in the same room as him. This Tal fellow, I don't know him. Madrick, I know well enough. Met him a few times. Shared drinks, maybe more.
Uh-oh.
Oh shit.
Does that surprise you, little bird?
No. And then I'll pull out Madrick's sword and just display it to her.
Oh shit. Okay, making some dice rolls. Her eyebrows go up at the sight of the sword. Am I to take that as... Is he... No. You know he'll be back for that, right? Did you steal that from him? Or did you and your friends defeat him? You defeated him. But not, I think, for good. You know this, though. She's just kind of musing out loud in front of you. And yet, here you are, still in town. You're up to something. Mind telling me what it is?
I'll just kind of explain to her about how, like, the whole, like, why we came into town to deliver the supply, and that like me, Deebs, and Nora were hired to deliver the card, I guess, and then explain that Gundren was kidnapped and we plan on trying to rescue him.
You get a good ways into, drawings and hand signals and reciting old phrases that you bring up, stitching them together into something that makes sense, and casting the occasional illusion. And she just stops you. She holds a hand up and she says, I don't think any of this is of particular concern to me. What you do with your dwarven friend outside the town is really not my concern. I'm a little more worried about what you're doing with the red brands and what you plan on doing next. So without them, well, I'm at a bit of disadvantage. That changes things a bit, especially if they don't return. I'm not sure if your friends have helped me or hurt me, but I do think you could all be useful in the future. If you could put in a good word for me with them, especially the drow. She seems to be going places. Do you tell her anything about... Oh, yeah, no, sorry, you weren't there for Deep's plan.
Yeah, no, I don't know about Deep's plan.
Yeah.
Can I ask her what her plans are, or why she needs the red brand?
Well, I would think it's obvious. I can afford to pay them. Coin. Other things. And they do things for me. They leave my business alone. They trouble the competition from time to time. They are the power I need in this rat hole of a village. To live something of my former life. With them gone, things will be interesting, although with them gone, I can't imagine our town master is going to be in much of a position to do anything going forward. Someone would have to step up to take his place if anyone were to question his leadership or his authority. Certainly his reputation is tarnished with some no-name outsiders coming in, running these brigands out of town, something he himself wasn't able to rally people to do. Interesting. Such a vacancy might be filled by, an upstanding, noble townsperson like myself. Perhaps that is helpful after all, my little friend. So, what is it I can do for you? After all, you came here looking for something. Oh yeah, shit, Deebs, you didn't think this was going to be easy, did you?
Nope.
I just ask her if she has anything or information that would make or help us return safely, and possibly the red brand safely to help her.
Well, I certainly recognize the spider you showed me. I do know a few things. Let's see, what can I give away that isn't giving away everything? The black spider is a drow. I don't think that's a surprise. He's not alone. There are other drow who work with him. Others as well, but he's after something. Tell me, are you aware of this lost mine? You must be. If your employer is after it, you must know a little of it.
I'll just tell her that when Gundren hired us, he was talking about an expedition.
Yes, well, this black spider is after it as well, and if he were to find it, well, he would certainly be a power to be reckoned with in this land. I must admit, I would most definitely reach out to him, try and build some sort of alliance. I know that he's not like other drow. He stands against them, in fact. Well, if the rumors are true. And he looks to rally power here on the surface. I think to go back home someday and make some sort of difference. I don't know. There is one among his people who can look like anyone. Watch out for them. I think that's quite enough for now. But do come back. I do so enjoy these little exchanges.
All right, I'll get up and scurry on out the door. Tell her thank you.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Skirt.
Keep those eyes and ears open for me, would you?
Kinku.
So, Scribble, as you head back towards your friends, you notice that the Lion Shield Coster is closed. There's no light coming from within. The door is locked. There's nobody inside. The door to the Town Master's Hall stands wide open. Again, no light comes from within. And as you reach as you walk back towards the Stonehill Inn, you notice a figure kneeled in front of the Shrine of Luck. It's Gariel. She has her head bowed, and she appears to be praying. But as you pass, she turns and looks at you, nods, and smiles softly, and goes back to her prayer. Back within the inn, the rest of you meet up, and we'll say Scribble makes it back about now. Is there anything else you want to do before the end of the session? Or are you guys good to leave it here with you discussing plans into the evening and having a meal and a rest and getting ready to set out in the morning? Or is that it for tonight?
I'm good, I think.
Go ahead.
Dark. No, I was done.
I was under the impression that we were going to start heading out today, but if we're not leaving till tomorrow, then that's fine.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you know what? There's totally enough time to go the whatever the 3 hours down, 2 or 3 hours. I think it's 3 hours down the road. talk to the goblins and come back before nightfall, for sure.
I just assumed
Or-
that because we got back to town late morning that we'd have time to get at least some hours down the road.
Yeah, you could also just straight up set out today, and the others could catch up with you. However you guys want to do it. I guess what I mean is there anything else you want to do in this session, or can we maybe sort that out, off stream outside of the session and just pick up where we leave off next week?
I mean, I'm good to end it there.
Yeah,
Yep.
I think that's a good spot.
The only other thing I wanted to do was, after explaining to the party, like talking the conversation with Halia,
Oh yeah, how
just
much of that do you
with
want
the five of us, not with Ulrich or Darren.
Do you fill them in on the whole conversation?
No. Yes, like our party, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
And then bring up the like it sounds like the map to the like that Gundren was so interested is important to everyone. Like all of the people we keep running into. Like the location it's leading to. And so then I want to ask Hummer if I can see the map, and then I was going to try to make a copy of it.
Oh,
If he's okay with that. But also explain to him, like, not an exact copy, but like leave off like important stuff that would actually lead someone to it. And that way, in case we lose it.
Are you talking about making a fake, a forgery that is misleading?
Yes.
Holy shit.
We're getting somewhere. Yep, let's do it.
That's awesome.
Scribble's a goddamn genius.
Somebody has to be.
Well,
getting
especially
Halia
after
in his
Halia
pocket.
made it seem like it was like and she's interested in it. The Black Spider's interested in it. Gundren's interested in it.
What a crazy ass session, you guys. This is by far my favorite. I
this
am
was a good one.
totally gonna go back and watch this. Like, I can't wait to watch this again tomorrow.
Such propaganda.
I really feel bad for Eve's Darkbeard and his developing ulcer. Like he internally face palms a million times.
All right, I'm gonna end the stream.
Oh, we